Hello guys, welcome to the first video on PHP programming tutorials for beginners. So first question comes into mind is what is PHP and what is PHP stands for, right? So PHP is an acronym for Hypertext Preprocessor, and it's a open source server-side scripting language. That means whenever you make some website, you need a server to host your website, and PHP is a server-side scripting language. That means it can interpret your pages and serve your pages to the client on the basis of the request of the client. I will show you a brief or how PHP works in the later slides, but yeah, it's an open source server-side scripting language, right? And why we use PHP? Because PHP is a strong scripting language which can generate dynamic web pages, and it can even integrate with the database, most of the database like MySQL or SQL Server or any other popular language. So that gives us the functionality to make our pages dynamic. Now, what is the difference between static and dynamic pages? Static pages are just HTML pages with no functionality. You will be able to see just a text there, or you will be able to just click a URL and you will be able to go to next page. But if you want more dynamic features, for example, in email service, you want to enter your username and password, and on the basis of your username and password you want to give some messages. For example, your username and password is wrong, then you want to show the user that your username and password is wrong and please try again. Or otherwise, if the username and password is correct, you want to redirect your page to the other uh, authorized page, right? So this functionality, which is dynamic web pages, is provided by PHP. Now, PHP script resides between reserved PHP tags that enables PHP to embed PHP script within HTML pages. That we will see later, but yeah, it has predefined tags so that you know that whatever you write in between those predefined tag will be a PHP code, right? So furthermore, PHP is an integrated language. Scripts are passed at runtime rather than compile time. Okay, so it's an interpreted language which or script which pass your pages on the runtime rather than on compile time. Okay, so if you want to compile your program at or at compile time, it will not compile, or it will not give you the result. It will only give you the result when you want to see this result on the browser, for example. Okay, and it's executed server side, that we will see in from the diagram I will show you in a moment. And source code not visible by the client. So if you want to see the source code, because it's a server side language, you will not be able to see the code of PHP from the client side. Okay, and various built-in function allows for fast development. PHP has various functions which are built in and which will make your programming really fast, and it's compatible with most popular databases that I have already told you. Now, in order to see more information on PHP, you can go to php.net, php.net, and this is the official website of PHP. And here you will be able to see much more information on PHP. And the very good feature of this website is it has documentation which is very extensive, and it's available in different languages. So for example, you want to use English, and there is a very extensive manual here, and you can search for some function which you want to know about. For example, I want to search for echo function, then I will just search for that, and you will be able to find all the documentation on this keyword in here in the documentation. So this is a very good place to know what function is used for what, and what is the functionality of what function or keyword. Okay, so just if you have time, just visit this website and you will be able to find much more on PHP. Now we continue with our presentation. Now this is how PHP works. So I already told you that PHP is a server-side scripting language. So will be a server where your website will be hosted and all your web pages will be stored there, and there also PHP resides. And PHP is just like an interpreter. So on the basis of your client request, your server will your PHP will interpret the values from the database or mail servers or files from file system, and it will take this file system or database value, interpret those values, and then once again it will give the response to the client. So it's a server-side interpreter which can be used for databases, mail servers, or systems. Okay, so this is how you can use PHP. Now, what are the popular sites using PHP? If you want to see that, you can go to the Wikipedia page and search for programming language used in most popular website. And in this list, you will be able to find here that Facebook uses PHP with MySQL, and Yahoo uses PHP with MySQL, and Wikipedia itself uses PHP with MySQL, and WordPress also uses PHP with MySQL. So one of the world's most popular website uses PHP for their server-side operations uh, in your website, right? So it's a very good language and worth learning language to learn, right? So this is a small little presentation on introduction of PHP. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to set up the environment for PHP so that we will be able to develop the PHP uh, website or PHP server. In this video, I'm going to show you how to install XAMPP web server to test your PHP programs. So XAMPP is a web server, so which XAMPP is a tool by which you can make your computer as a server for testing your applications. So let's see how we can install XAMPP. So just open your browser and search for XAMPP, and the first link you will find here is from www.apachefriends.org. So you need to open this apachefriends.org, and you will be able to find these links here for Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. For now we want this installation for Windows, so just click this XAMPP for Windows, and then you will be able to download this file on your computer. So download will start in few seconds, and download has started now, you see here. It'll take some time, for example 1 minute to download, because it's 100 or more than 100 MB file. So I will pause the video, and once it will be downloaded I will continue with the installation. Okay, so my download is complete now. I can run this executable file from here, and it'll show you this little warning. You can just say yes, and the installation will start. The installation has started, and in between you will be able to see these warnings. It will ask you some questions, and in the last it will ask you continue with the installation. You just want to say yes, and once again this warning you will be able to see. Just click OK and click next, and these are the tools you will be able to install whenever you are installing XM. So the package will contain Apache, MySQL, FileZilla, and Mercury mail server, Tomcat server, PHP Perl, PHP MyAdmin, and all these things. So I generally leave them all checked because I want to install all of them, and I will click next. And this is the default location where XAMPP will be installed in your system, C:\XAMPP. So just remember this. We are going to go to this folder to access some files. So just remember this location and click next, and click next, and next. And now the installation will start. It will take some time to the installation to complete. So just wait for, I think, for 5 minutes. In 5 minutes this installation will be completed. So I will just pause the video and let this installation to complete. And once this installation is complete, we will see how to go further. Okay. So now our installation is complete. Just leave this checkbox checked to start the control panel for XAMPP. So I will leave it as checked, and I will click finish. And as soon as you click finish button, the XAMPP control panel will open now. And once you see this XAMPP control panel, you will be able to start MySQL database server and your Apache from this control panel. So if it takes a time, you can always go to your start button and search for XAMPP, and you can start this XAMPP from here also. You will be able to see this XAMPP control panel. You just need to click this option to start your control panel. Okay, so our control panel has started, and now you will be able to see this. You can start this Apache from here, you can start MySQL from here, and FileZilla, Mercury, mail server, and Tomcat from here. So how you can start these all the servers and databases? Now once your control panel is running, and if you see some error or red lines here, and if it says that your port 80 which is used by Apache web server is used by some other PID, how you can close that PID and start Apache server on that port 80, I will show you first, because most of you maybe you will have port 80 already in use and you will face some problems, right? So it says port 80 in use, unable to open the process with PID 4. Okay, so what you need to do is you can search for the process which is using your port 80 by going to the start button and search for CMD, which will open the command prompt. Just open the command prompt, and in here type in netstat minus ANO. So give this command netstat minus ANO and press enter,
and now you will be able to see all the ports which are in use. And the first port, which is port 80, you will be able to see the PID of this port 80, which is this 4. So PID 4 is using this port already. So I will just kill this port by the command task kill, and then give the slash, then write PID and the number of PID. So my PID which is in use is 4, right? So you see here PID 4 is using port 80. So just write here task kill slash PID and give the number of the PID which it's using and press enter. And if it says access denied, then probably some important process is using this PID. You can use this XAMPP control panel also to see whatever ports are in use. So just click this on this control panel. There are some button, and there is a button called netstat here, and in here you will be able to see all the processes which are in use, in which port 80 also is in use, right? So just if port 80 is in use and it's used by system, then probably you can change the port on which this Apache will be able to listen. So to change this, what you need to do is, for example, I want to start my Apache web server on port 8080. How can I do that? So because my port 80 is already busy and it's not allowed to use this port 8080, I want to change the port on which my Apache web server will listen, right? So once again, I will go to my config button here. In front of this Apache, you will be able to see this start button and this config button. I will just click this config button, and the first option, which is Apache httpd.conf, in here you need to go here, and in here search for the port listen 80. So you will be able to see this option here, listen 80 here. What you need to do is you need to just change it to the port whatever is free on your computer. So port 80 is in use right now, so I will change it to port 8080, 8080. Okay, and here also I will change it 8080, so that, and I will save this file and save, so that this port on which Apache web server will listen will be changed to port 8080. Okay, I will close this, and now I will try to start my Apache web server, and hopefully it will be started, and you will be able to see this here, port 8080. So it has started on port 8080. Okay, so if you see this error here, then this is the solution for that. Otherwise, if it's listening on port 80, you don't need to do anything. You just need to just click this start button and you will be good to go. Okay. But if this port 80 is used by some other process, then you can change the port like this. Okay. Now I will start my MySQL server, and it started. I'll show you this message. You just need to give the private network and public network, and just click this allow access here, and now both servers are running. Now to check whether it's really running, we can go to our web browser and just write on your web browser local host. Okay, and it will say not found because I have changed the port to 8080. So now you need to give localhost colon 8080. Okay, and now you will be able to see this XAMPP. Okay, now here you can choose your language. I will choose English, and in here I will go to security to change my security options, because right now I have provided the public access to my computer, so I will change this security. So go to the security tab here, click the security tab, and in here you will be able to see here every these XM pages are accessible by network for everyone, and the status is unsecure for these, right? So to make them secure, you need to click this button or this link, http://localhost security. Just click this, and in here you will see the password changing option for MySQL and htaccess. Okay, so you can change this password by giving some password to your MySQL. For example, I will give some password to my MySQL, and in here also I will repeat my password, and I will click change password or password changing, and this will show me the result. The root password was successfully changed. That means my password has been changed. Same I will do for this XM directory protection, which is htaccess. So I will provide the user is equal to root and some password, and I will click this make safe XM directory. By this you will be able to see this success. The XM directory is protected now. All personal data was saved in the file this. Okay, so now you have protected all your file, and once you will go to this language English, here you will see all the status has been changed to success here, secure here, green, with a green highlight. That means your MySQL root is successful, secured, your XM pages are secured, and your phpMyAdmin is secured. Okay, now for example, to test whether it's really running or not, you can go to your folder wherever you have installed this XAMPP. So I have installed this XAMPP in my C directory. So I will go to my C directory, and this C directory I will be able to see this folder XAMPP, sorry. And in here the important folder for my use is this htdocs folder. So go inside this htdocs, and here are all pages you will be able to see from the web server. So this is your main gateway to the web server. So this index.php which you see here is when you go to the browser, and this is the index.php you are seeing here. This index.php is the same file you can see here in this PHP. This is favicon and all HTML and images. So this is where you need to put your all files in order to see them in the browser. So for example, I will create a new file, right click, new text document, and I will name it this test document as test, and I will open this test document, and I will write here this is a test for XAMPP. Okay, and I will save this, save it, close this, and once again you go to your browser, and in your localhost :8080 is just instead of this security and /index.php, you can just check for test.txt file, right? Press enter, and you will be able to see the same message you have saved in your test file. This is our test for XAMPP, right? So whatever you put in your htdocs file, you will be able to see it on your browser. So that's it for this video. Hopefully you have understood how to install and how to use this XAMPP on your Windows operating system. I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now.
How to install Notepad++ for writing and editing your PHP programs on your Windows operating system. So Notepad++ is a simple text editor, but it's good in a way that it highlights your text. Okay, so whenever you are writing PHP or C++ or any other program using Notepad++, it will highlight your text, and then it will be easier to read the code what you have written in PHP or any other language which Notepad++ supports. So let's see how we can install Notepad++. It's really easy. Just search for Notepad++, and the first link you will find here is notepad-plus-plus.org, and in here you need to go to download tab, and Notepad++ is only available for Windows. So this Notepad++ you can only install on Windows. Otherwise, if you want to install it on Ubuntu or any other Linux operating system, you need to use Wine for that, but that's the another story. uh, I will just download this installer for now, and once this executable file is downloaded, I will start installing this Notepad++ on my computer. There are other text editor which you can use if you want to uh, write your code, or you want an editor which is cross platform. For example, Eclipse, you can use it on Windows, Mac OS, or on your Linux operating system. There's one more IDE called NetBeans, which you can use to write your code on Linux or Windows and Mac OS. You can program PHP using that NetBeans or Eclipse IDE also. But for now, we are going to use Plus for our tutorial series. I've started the installer, and by default I will select the English as my language. I will click OK. Next, I agree. This is the default location where it will be installed. Next, next, and if you want to create a shortcut, you can just click this option, or otherwise uncheck it if you don't want a shortcut on the desktop, and install. And it will take few seconds to install this Notepad++. It's a very lightweight uh, installation, but it's really powerful. And just leave this checkbox checked, so Notepad++ will be launched immediately whenever you want to, whenever you close finish. So in here we can write our code, and why I'm stressing on Notepad++ is because, for example, I have Notepad also, Notepad in my Windows operating system, and it will also work fine, but there's one major difference in here in Notepad++ programming, or using Notepad++ editor, and this only Notepad editor, which is whenever you write your code in your Notepad++, you will be able to see the syntax highlighting. So I have written some code. First of all, I need to save this file as a PHP file, so I will right click it and I will say save as, and I will make one folder in here, which I will call it as tutorial. And in this tutorial I'm going to give the name of this PHP file, which is, for example, test.php, and click save. and now you can see the syntax highlighting. It's red, and for example I want to echo something. Don't worry about this code. We are going to see in detail how to use this code, so don't worry about this. I just want to show this syntax highlighting for now. So in here you can just print hello world and semicolon. Okay, so you see this starting tag and ending tag start with red color markings. This echo is blue color. This hello world has other color, and this semicolon has other color. And whenever you want to write the same code using Notepad++, and I want to save as, for example, somewhere in the same place where I have given this test2.p, save this, it will not highlight your syntax. Okay, so it's just a plain editor, but you can use this plain editor. There is no constraint that you have to use Notepad++. You can use it, but the only problem is the syntax highlighting. This makes your code really easy to read and maintain, and this you will always see it as a black script or code, so you cannot find these keywords easily in using this notepad. So in this way you can download and install Notepad++ for editing and writing your PHP programs. From the next video I'm going to show you, and in this video we are going to write our first hello world code in PHP. So first of all we will start our Apache server. So go to your start menu and in here search for XAMPP, which we have installed, and open XAMPP control panel from here. So open this XAMPP control panel, and when this control panel starts, we need to start the Apache server, right? And in this Notepad++, by the meantime, we are going to write our code, and just go to your folder wherever you have installed this XAMPP server or XAMPP folder in your computer. So in the second video I have shown you how to install XAMPP. So go to that folder wherever you have installed XAMPP. I have installed it in C and XAMPP folder. And in here I have told you that in this htdocs all your program files will be there, right? These all will be there. So what we are going to do is we are going to make a new folder here, and we will call it as anything, whatever you like. For example, tutorial or YouTube, whatever you wish to write here, YouTube. Okay, so and go in that folder, and we are going to create a new PHP file here. Okay, so just go to your Notepad++ and copy the same location whatever you made right now. Just copy the location of the folder YouTube. In my case you can change it as your personal folder in htdocs. Remember, it should be in htdocs, and then go to your Notepad++, which we have installed right in the last video. Click this tab here, right click it and save as, and you can search for the path wherever you want to save it. So you want to save it in the same folder as your XAMPP, right? So here is my XAMPP folder and htdocs, and this folder I have created YouTube, and in here I'm going to write my or create my first PHP program. I will name it as test.php, for example, and I will save it. And now we can start our programming. By the meantime, this XAMPP server has already started, and in here when we start this server, it will still give you this error because in the config file you need to make the change. I've already told you that in when you go to this config here, it's 8080, right? So whenever you need to start this, if this server will be started on the port 8080 and not on the port 80, right? And then you, for now, you don't need to start this MySQL server. We are not going to use this MySQL database for now, but start your Apache server, right? Now let's see what and how we can write our first hello world program. So every PHP program starts with this script of with these tags. So it will start with uh, this tag, this smaller than symbol, then question mark, and then PHP, and then it will end with this greater than symbol. Okay, and whatever code you will write in between here, I forgot to give this question mark here. So the starting tag is like this. Every code which you write in PHP will be written in between these two tags. So this tag is the starting tag. I will make it a little bit bigger so you can see. And so every PHP code will start from the tags like this and end with the tag like this. Okay, so we will see in some slides what does the PHP code look like, structurally similar to C and C++. Okay, so our PHP code will be structurally similar to PHP, C++ and C in a way that it can support procedural language like C, and it can be used as an object-oriented programming also to some degree, which C++ is, right? And this object-oriented part we are going to see it later, but for now we are going to see the procedural part. Okay, and all PHP statement end with a semicolon, right? And each PHP script must be enclosed in the reserved PHP tag like this and like this. Okay, so I have already shown you this. So I will go to our code here and I will write something to echo. So this echo function, we use it for printing something on the browser, for example. And after this echo function, whatever comes in these double quotes will be printed on the browser. So for example, hello world, and remember every PHP statement end with semicolon. So don't forget to add this semicolon at the end of your every line of the code, right? I will save this program and I will open my browser and I will write here localhost, and my port is 8080. So localhost colon 8080 you need to write. If you are running on port 80 here, not 8080 but only 80, you don't need to give this port number. Port 80 is by default the localhost port, right? If you are running on port other than 80, for example, in my case, I'm running on 8080, you need to give localhost colon 8080 and the location of the PHP file you are in. So if you remember, we have created this YouTube folder and inside this we have this test.php. Okay, so in our browser we will write YouTube, this is the folder, and then you need to give the path of your text file, right? So just give slash test.php, and when you run this or press enter, you will be able to see this hello world here. Okay, so this is the basic code to print hello world, right? And every code which you write in the PHP, don't forget to end this code with this semicolon, and always start this your PHP code with this starting tag like this and end with ending tag like this. Now to comment, to give some comment, for example, uh, we will see in the slides. So to give the comments, PHP support C++ or Java style comments like this slash, double slash here. It also supports shell style comment like this hash, and it also supports C style comments like this. So we will see it all the comments. For example, it supports this double slash, and whatever you can write here, it will be not executed by your compiler, right? For example, I can write here, this is a hello world code, for example. Okay, and whatever code you will write in this double slash, or for example, I can write the same thing using my hash symbol. Okay, and I can write the same thing using this C style comments like this slash asterisk asterisk slash, and whatever you write in between this will be considered as a comment. So you can provide comments in three ways: in C++ style like double slash, in shell style using this shell or this hash, or like C style using this slash and asterisk and slash. And this all code which you write in this comment section will not be executed. So I will save this file, and once again when I refresh this, this code will not be executed. This is just for your reference. Okay, now for example, if you can also say I want to print this hello world in two different lines, so I can just write hello here and world here, and let's see what is the response. Response will always be the same, okay, because your line is ending here, right? And it is indicated by this semicolon. So this code and this code will be considered as one line of code, okay. And PHP also support HTML tags. So if you don't know how to use HTML, I have the playlist in my channel. You can search for this HTML tutorials, or otherwise you don't even need to follow those if you don't want to. It's really easy to understand this HTML tags. So for example, I want to break this hello world, and I want to print hello in one line and world in other line. I can use HTML tags like these, and I can give this break tag to break the line. And for example, I want to print this world in capital letters or bold letters, so I can just give this bold tag here and end this tag like this. Okay, and when I save this and when I run the program, or when I run this on the screen, I will refresh this once again. You see hello on one line and world on other line, and world is in bold letters, right? So this PHP supports HTML tags also, right? So this is how you can write your first program or first hello world program in PHP. In this video, we are going to see how to use and declare variables in PHP. So till now, in the last video, I've shown you how to write your hello world first program and how to provide comment to your program, right? And by the way, make sure that your Apache server is running using your control panel, XAMPP control panel, and you are able to see this parent directory In my case, this was YouTube, which I have made in my htdoc folder, right? And in the last video, I have made one PHP file to test my hello world program. Okay. Now in this video, I'm going to make a new file. So I will just click new. I will save it as a variable.php. Okay. And once again, when I refresh my program, I will be able to see this variable.php. But right now it's blank. Okay. So first of all, I will just write my skeleton, and it will end like this, right? And let's see how variable works in PHP. Okay. So in PHP, variable or PHP variables must begin with and sign. Okay. So if you are used to some other variable declaration, if you have learned C or C++ or Java and or any other programming language, you are used to using data type of the variable first, and then the name, and then you can assign the value to it. But in PHP, all variables start with this and symbol, and they don't start with any data type. PHP interprets their value by the initialization they get. Okay. And so let's see how we can declare a variable. First of all, what is a variable? A variable is a container for some value. Okay, so variable is something that stores your value. Okay, so in PHP we just need to define this and then the name of your variable. So for example, I can name my variable as um, value, for example, and I can initialize this value by a number or a string. So I will initialize this value by a number, for example, and by this initialization your variable knows, or PHP knows, that this variable, which is value, is of type integer, right? In the same way, for example, I can declare a name. For example, this is the name of my variable, and I can initialize this by a string. So I can just write programming knowledge. Okay, so by this initialization, PHP knows that name is a string variable, and by this initialization, PHP knows that our value is an integer initialization or integer value, right? So unlike other languages, PHP doesn't provide any data type, right? It only starts with this and symbol, and it is decided by the initialization of the variable what type it is. Okay. Now PHP variables are case sensitive, so you can see that this variable with a capital B O is not equal to this one. I just need to change this. This should be small b. Okay. So let me change this. So this boo, which starts with capital B, is not equal to this boo, which starts with small b, and this is even not equal to this boo. So PHP variables are case sensitive. Okay. Now global and locally scoped variable. Global variable you can use it anywhere in the program, and the local variable we can use inside a function or a class that we will see later. Okay. And some of the variable names are reserved in PHP, like post underscore post in capital letters, underscore get in capital letters. These are form variables. and in a similar way some server variables are reserved, so you cannot declare a variable which is same as this server, right, in capital. So some of the variables are reserved in PHP, right? Now we move further. Let's see the usage of this variable. So I have already shown you, whatever you provide the value of variable, it's called that variable. So if you initialize a variable with a numerical value, it will be called a numerical variable. And if you initialize your variable by a string value, it will be called string variable. Okay, and these variables you can perform some multiplication or arithmetic operations, but on string values you cannot do these values, because string you cannot multiply or divide or add them together, right? So let's see this also. So for example, I want to multiply this by some value, so I can write and then the value is equal to, and so whenever you use this value you need to initialize this by and, so you know that this is a value, right? So you can do it like this. You don't need to provide any space in between, and you can multiply this value by, for example, 8 like this. Okay, it will be completely valid. But so let's try and run the program. I will save it and I will just refresh this, and right now there is nothing printed and no error is coming. That means our variable is I mean not giving any error, right? No result, because we are not printing anything right now. That's why we are not seeing any result, but it's not giving any error, right? But on the other hand, for example, I want to multiply this name variable, which is a string variable, by the initialization. So I can do something like this, and I want to multiply by this name by 8, for example. This will not be valid because your variable is a string and you cannot multiply it by some number. So whenever I try to run this, it will show me error. Use of undefined name, assume name in this. Okay, so in this way it will show or throw an error whenever you perform some invalid operations, right? So you can only do arithmetic operation on numerical values. Okay, so this is this one, it will show an invalid expression, right? Now I've already shown you in the last video what echo does. Echo is a command or a function you can use to output the parameter passed to it. Okay, so the typical usage of for this is to send data to the client browser. Okay, so we have seen this example, but we will see this in detail also. And its syntax is like this: void echo, and it takes the string argument, right? And by default, the functions in PHP takes argument in parentheses, but because it's a inbuilt parameter or inbuilt function in PHP, you don't need to give these parentheses in case of this echo. And let's see how we can use echo in PHP. So for example, if you want to echo the value of this bar, so I can just use this echo like this, echo, and in the double quotes you can just pass this name with including this and symbol. Okay, and with semicolon, and save this and run it once again, and I can see the name programming knowledge here, right? In a similar way, I can print, for example, I want to print this value and this value side by side. What I can do here is I can just use it like this. You don't even need to use these double quotes here, and you just need to use this comma, and you can print these two values side by side by using separated by this comma also. Okay, and when I run the program, it will give the result hopefully like this. You see programming knowledge, and the value is 200 because we have multiplied our value by 8. So 25 multiplied by 8 is 200, and 200 will be printed here. Okay, and in the case of variable, if you want to print only the variable, you don't need to use these double quotes. But if even you use this double quotes, it will not make much of a difference. Okay, now for example, if you want to print this value in addition with some your values, for example your strings, you can do it like this, echo, and for example you want to give 25 multiplied by 8 is equal to, and you want to give this value, right? Whatever is the value of your value, so you can just write comma and the value, and it will give you the result. Okay, I will just comment these out so that only the value of this will be printed. So I will save it, and once I run this, I see this result. 25 into 8 is equal to 200. So this is the value, and this is the string we have printed. Okay, so this will be the static value. This is just a string we have we wanted to print, but this is the value, actual value you are printing here, right? You can even print the same thing without using commas. So you can just exclude comma here, and you can just include this inside your double quotes, and the result will be the same. So I will just comment this out, save it, and let's refresh our program, and the result is same, right? So you can use this value to print like this using comma separator, or you can use it like this. But for example, if you want to echo in something in something using single quotes, for example, I will echo the same value using single quotes. Single quotation is just like this, not the double quotation. I'll remove these double quotations. Then what will happen? Whatever you include in single quotes, let's see first of all the result. I will comment this out and save it, and once again run this. You only will be able to see this value. That means whatever you print or whatever you write in single quote, the value of that will be taken literally. Literally means whatever you will include inside your single quote, it will be printed as it is. It will not render this variable as the value 200. It will be printed like this. But on the other hand, when you use double quotes, your value will be rendered from here, whatever is the value, finalized value of it, and it will be printed. So always use single quote when you want to print something literally as it is. And you can use double quotes whenever you want to print the value of the variable or something like this. So in this way you can use variables and echo function in your PHP programming. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video, I have shown you how to use variables in your PHP script, and I have shown you how to use these double quotes and single quotes using this print function. So I have shown you whenever you use this double quotes and whenever you want to print your variable, then you will be able to print this using double quotes, because then this variable will be passed or parsed whenever you use double quotes. On the other hand, when you use single quotes, your variable inside your single quote, even if it has the same name as your variable, will not be parsed and it will print out literally. Okay, so this I have shown you in the last video, and the result of this was variable.php, and I need to save this first, and then in here you see the difference, right? So whenever you echo using double quotes and you use your variable inside your double quote, it will be parsed and your variable value will be printed. Otherwise you will not be able to print this value. But for example, you want to print the value using single quotes, and you also want to use this uh, variable using single quotes. What you can do here is you can just cut out this variable from here, and you can use concatenation to print out your variable value. So you can just write hello is equal to in single quotes, and then you need to give this full stop or point symbol or period symbol, whatever you say. So you just give this point or this full stop here and give your variable name, which is name, and then once again give this full stop, and whatever you write in this full stop will be, so this is called concatenation symbol in PHP. So this and this variable will be joined together, and this will be the joining force in between your text and your variable. So once again, when I save it and I refresh this, it shows me some error because, yeah, I need to add, I don't need this concatenation symbol here because I'm not adding any string after this name. But yeah, this concatenation symbol I need. So this point or this period symbol or this full stop symbol will add or concatenate these two strings like this. Okay, so just remember that whenever you need to concatenate two strings, just use this, and if you are not concatenating, you will not need to use this here. And once again save it and refresh, and I can see the same results right now, right? So in this way you can use concatenation symbol or concatenate two strings. Now for example, I want to use some HTML to print out some link or to open a link or to show a link in PHP. So for example, I want to do something like this, echo, and in double quotes I want to do a. So this is the tag for showing the link or reference. So href, if you know HTML, you will know what I'm talking about. And the name of the link, for example, www.google.com, and then after your link name you just close this tag and then give your name, which will be shown on the top of your link. So for example Google, and then you close this tag by this. Okay, so this is the HTML code which I'm writing. So if you don't know HTML code and how to print these links, you can obviously go to my playlist and see the HTML tutorial, or you can Google it. It's easy to find how to print this. Okay, so here what can I do is I can just give a concatenation symbol, and then I can use those double quotes or single quotes, and I can provide a break so that this link will start from the new line. I will save it, and when I refresh my, it shows some error www. So it will show an error. Why? Because your PHP code will think that this double quote is ending here, and this is some alien text for your PHP parser, because your string is or your string is starting from this double quotes and ending in this double quotes, and this will once again you need to concatenate or do something like this. So instead of using this, if you only use single quotes here, single quotes and single quotes, and I forgot semicolon also, and then see what happens. I will just refresh, and I will be able to see my link here, and when I click this I will be able to see hopefully Google. No, maybe I need to change this to HTTP 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 colon slash slash, and then maybe my link will be recognized. Okay, so I will just go once again and click this link, and now my Google will open, right? So in this way you can, if you want to use HTML tags inside your PHP script, you can use single quotes to print this, right? So I will make a convention. Generally for me, I have the convention that whenever I need to use this HTML tags, I use single quotes, and whenever I want to use some variables or print out some variables, I use these double quotes here. Now for example, I want to add this Google as a variable here. So for example, I can do it something like this. I can declare this AND symbol and write Google is equal to, and then I provide the name Google link, for example, and end it, and I want to use this in here. So I can use my concatenation operator, which is two dots, and in between you can give your symbol like this, but you also need to give the single quote here and single quote here to tell that this single quotes end here. Then you concatenate your variable, then once again your quotation is starting from here and ends here. Okay, and once again when I run this, it will show me Google link, and when I click this, Google will be open in my browser. So in this way you can use this concatenation operator in your PHP. One more a little thing is, for example, I want to show some escape characters also. So for example, you want to print something like this in double quotes. You want to print hello world, and you want to print it in double quotes, right? Inside double quotes. How can you do, or how can you go about it? So for example, you do it something like this, hello world. It will not print hello world in double quotes, right? So when I save it and when I run this, it's not printing my hello world in double quotes, right? So what can I do here? I will just give a break so that it's my hello world start from the new line. I can just use double quotes here, but this will also not serve my purpose, because that's my PHP script will think that this will start from here and end from here. So for showing your double quote, you use this escape symbol, not this but this one, and in here also. So whenever you want to print this double quote here, you initialize it with this escape operator or escape symbol, and escape symbol in PHP is this slash. So it will print this like this. So save it and once again run the program, and now you will be able to see hello world in double quotes here, right? Now for example, you want to print something like this. I have two single quotes and I want to print uh, it's a nice day, for example. Yeah, but this symbol is already reserved as a single quote here, and to escape this, what you can do is the same thing. You need to use this escape symbol, which is this one, and once you save it, your this single quote symbol will be taken literally. Okay, so when I just refresh it, it says it's a nice day with this small symbol here. Okay, so in this way you can use this concatenation operator, escape symbol, and HTML tag if you want to print these like this. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you the math operations in PHP. So there are basically four basic math operation you can perform with PHP, which is addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. And for example, I have two numbers. First is a new number one, and which is equal to some value. So for example, 1009, and I have the same number, not the same number, but other variable called number 2, which has a value 2003, for example, and I want to use these two variables to add, subtract, and multiply and divide. I can do this easily by my echo. And if you remember, whenever you have your variable as number or numerical value, you don't need these single quotes to display using echo. So you can just use uh, this like this. So number 1 plus number 2 for addition, right? And if you want, you can show some message here, but I'm not going to do that for now. Or what you can do here is you can just print out add, right? And in the same way I can subtract and multiply and divide, for example. So I can say subtract, and this is a subtract in PHP. And for the product, you need to have, you cannot use this X symbol like this to multiply these two numbers. You need to use this asterisk symbol or the star symbol to multiply these two numbers. And to divide, you can just use this slash symbol. So these are the basic four arithmetic operators in PHP by which you can do your arithmetic equation or operations. So when I save this and I'll go to my math.php, which I have created for this tutorial, and it's saying some notice. Let's see what is the problem here. Yeah, so problem is I haven't included this and symbol to any of my variable I should have used. So don't forget to use this always, right? Okay, I'll just save it and run it, and hopefully it will give me the answer, but it's just jumbled up because maybe I can use this break tag to show these answers in different lines. BR, right? And here also I can use this concatenation operator to break, right? Like this. Okay, so just use this break to change the line, and in here also this break between these numbers to change the line. Once again I will just refresh my program, and you see addition of these two numbers is you can count it. I mean, it's 3012, which is okay. The subtraction is minus 994, which is also okay. The product is this one, and the division is this one. So these are the four basic arithmetic operations you can perform in PHP. Hello guys, in the last video I've shown you how to perform math operations in your PHP script. In this video I'm going to show you how to perform conditional operations using if-else condition or if-else statement and nested if-else statement. So for example, I have these two values or variables, number 1 and number 2. Both have some value inside them. So number 1 is initialized with the value of 10 and number 2 is initialized with the value of 20, for example. And you want to compare these two numbers, and on the basis of comparison you want to show the result, for example. So like any other good language, PHP also has this if comparison statement which compares the values, okay, and it always gives the result true or false. And if the condition which whatever you pass in here is true, it will perform this operation, otherwise it will go out of this condition, right? For example, I want to compare the equality of these two numbers. I can just write and, don't forget to add and equal to, double equal to. So whenever you want to compare the equality, this is called comparison operator, which is double equal to. And when you provide single equal to, it's called an assignment operation, and it will assign the value to this variable. So to compare, just always use this double equal to here. Okay. For example, I'm checking whether number 1 is equal to number 2, which is obviously it's false. Then I can echo, for example, 2 numbers are equal, for example. Okay, I will also provide this break tag to break the line, and don't forget to give this semicolon here. And now I will, when I perform or when I run this, so I will run this in my browser, I will open map, and I will see nothing because this condition is not true. Number 1 is not equal to number 2. So only and only if this condition is true, the code inside this two parentheses or these two curly braces will be performed. Otherwise it will go out of this loop or out of this condition. So I can just print here out of loop or statement. Okay, so I can just refresh it and it says out of statement. That means my condition is not true, that's why it's going out of the statement and it's printing this. Now if you also want to catch the other condition, whether this if this number is not equal to the number 2, what you want to do in that condition, you can perform this by else. It's just like this. Okay, And when you do it like this, everything which is not followed, so for example, the condition, if the condition is false, this will skip this curly braces and it goes to the else condition, and whatever is the else condition you can print it from here. Okay, so you can just say two numbers are not equal. Okay, so this is if else statement. Now suppose you want to check some other kind of comparison. So for example, you also want to check whether number 2 is greater than number 1, right? So you can do it like this. After your if condition, you can just add else if, and you can check the second condition, whatever you want to check. Inside these two curly braces, you can pass your statement. And for example, I want to check whether number 2 is greater than number 1. Okay, and this is called comparison operator. And in this case, when number 2 is greater than number 1, I can say here num2 is greater than num1, for example, right? So I will just save it, and when I run the statement, it says number 2 is greater than number 1. Okay, so in this way you can perform nested if conditions or if else conditions in this way. So whenever you would just only want to compare two numbers and you don't want to show any other conditions like else, you can just use if this and this, or otherwise you want to check some other condition beside your main condition, you can use else if, and otherwise these two condition or whatever condition you have provided are all false, then your statement goes into this condition, which is else condition, and will go and print this else statement here. So this is a simple conditional statement which you can use in PHP. I am sure that if you have learned any other language, that all language also includes this conditional statements. Hello guys, in the last video we have seen how to use if statement, if else statement and nested if else statement in your PHP script, right? Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can use some of the comparison operator and logical operators using this if condition or in this if statement. So I've shown you the basic skeleton of this if statement is like this. Let's see what are the conditional operators or conditional comparison operation and the logical operators we can use with this if. So these are some of the comparison operators you can use with the if statement. In the last video I have shown you how to use this. So if A is one variable and B is another variable, you can compare the equality of those two variables like this. You can just give two equal sign and it will check whether these two variables are equal or not. But there is one more operator which is triple equal to, which also checks the equality of these two variables, but it also checks whether they are of same type or not. So it checks the equality plus the type of your variable. So for example, I have these two variables, number 1 which is a string but the value of the string is 10, and number 2 which is also a variable but which is initialized by number 10. So this is a numerical variable and this is a string variable, right? Because it's in single quotation. And for example, I want to check the equality of these two variables. I can check it like this, and I can echo if they are equal, I can just print equal, right? And else I can print not equal. Okay, so I can say not equal. So in whenever you use this double equal to sign, let's see what happens. I will save the program and go to path, and it says equal, right? But logically they are not equal. One is a string and other is a number. But what PHP is doing, it's taking the value for this, which is 10, and it's taking the value of this and compare it, because we are not checking the type of your variable using double equal to, right? Now on the other hand, if you use triple equal to, it will also check the type of your variables, and then when you run the program or when you just use it, you can see not equal to. So this triple equal to will compare the type as well as the equality. On the other hand, this double equal to only checks the value whatever inside your variable is, right? Now there are some other comparison variable which are like this. If you want to compare that, if whether two values inside your variables differ or not equal, then you can just give this symbol not equal to, like this. You can just give not equal to. Okay, so it will check non-equality. Okay, and there is one more symbol you can give here, is these greater than and smaller than sign, which will also check the non-equality. So if you give this symbol also, it will also check the non-equality of these two numbers. So I will run this. It will not give any error here, right? Okay, and this is less than sign, so it will compare the less than, and it will compare the greater than. And here you can also check non-identical. So similarly it will work like this. If you use triple equals, it will check the type and equality. If you give this non-equal sign and double equals after that, then it will check for the non-identical types. So it will check for the equality and it will check for the same type also, right? You can also give this less than or equal to sign like this, and greater than or equal to sign like this in your comparison, like this, less than equal to or greater than equal to, right? Like this, and it will also work. Now let's see some of the logical operators which we can use in PHP with our conditions. These are called logical operations. And what are logical operation? Logical operations are based on some conditions. So for example, A is a value and B is also one value, and A and B A and B both are true. In that case, this operation will be executed. So let's see how we can do or perform these logical operations. So in here, number one is, for example, 20, and number two is uh, 10. So I can check whether a number one is greater than or equal to number two, and and number 2, for example, like this. You can check it like this. Number 1 is greater than number 2, or and number 1 equal to number 2, right? Not this one, but equal to this one. Okay, so it will check both the conditions. This is one condition and this is second condition, and it's always better to, whenever you have multiple condition, use this brackets so that you can easily identify these two conditions. Okay, So this AND symbol will wait for both the condition to be true. This condition has to be true and this condition has to be true. Only then it will show this equals to the sign or equals to string, otherwise it will show non-equal to, right? So in this case, this will show non-equal to because number 1 is greater than number 2, but number 1 is not equal to number 2. So it will show us this result, right? Let's see. It will show us this result. But for example, we are checking for number 1 is equal to number 2, and for example here also we can check for the same condition. Okay, and we can here write 10 and we can check these conditions. Number 1 is identical to number 2 and number 1 is equal to number 2, and when we run it will give us equal to, right? So these are some logical operator, and you can use it like this, A and D, or double and symbol like this. Both will be valid. In the same way it will check for OR. So OR, one of the condition is true. So when you use this OR sign here, your if condition will wait for only one condition to be true, and if only one out of two condition is true, it will give the result. Okay, so there is AND operator and OR logical operator, and there is a third operator called XOR operator, and it will check for either or both conditions are not true. Okay, so it will basically checks for one of the condition to be true but not both at the same time. Okay, so this is a XOR operation, and this when you used not, it's just it checks for the non-equality. Okay, so it will check if the value of this is not true. So these are some of the comparison operator and logical operator you can use with your if condition, or else in some other cases wherever you need to compare or perform some logical operations in PHP.
Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to show you how to use array in your PHP code. So first of all, what is an array? Array is the collection of similar data. So for example, you want a collection of names. You cannot save all the names in a single variable. But whenever you use array, you will be able to save multiple values of same data type in a single variable. So array is a collection of values basically. Now let's see how we can declare arrays in PHP. The declaration is same for array as the variable. You just start with your AND symbol, and for example I want to make an array of names, and then you just give this equal to sign and then tell PHP that it's an array by keyword array. Not here, but okay, and then in these two brackets you give the values to the array. Okay, so for example the names can be Mark, and bear in mind if this is a string data type, because names can by logic are some string data type. So just if it's a string data type, just include this in the single quotes as we have seen in the string variables, right? And second name can be John, and third name can be simple name Bob, for example. And then how, for example, okay, first of all, so you have provided three values in the array. Now these values you have provided are called elements of the array. Okay, so this is one element, this is second element, and this is third element. So this is called element of the array. Now the position of these values or these elements is also important, and the position of these values or elements are called key or index. And position this key or index starts from 0. Okay, so always remember that these element key or index starts from 0, 1 and 2. This is the position at which they are stored in the array. Now in order to print this, what you just need to do is echo, and you can just use your name with, of course, this and symbol, and you can use these square brackets to represent the position which you want to print. So this is the 0th position, first position and second position, because index or key starts from 0. So for example, I want to print the name John. I will just echo names and with a key 1, right? Save it, and I will just run this, and it shows John. In a similar way, I can print Mark, save it, and just refresh it. It will be Mark, or I can just print Bob also. Okay, I will refresh it, and you will be able to see Bob. Now you can also assign value to the array. It's not necessary that you need to only give the values at the time of initialization of this name array. You can assign these value at runtime also, or whatever. For example, you want to assign some value to the array, you can just use this names array, and you can assign uh, one more member to this array, which will be, so we have 0 1 2. Okay, so members till key 2, right? You can add the third key, and you can add this name, for example, some random name, for example, and then you can print this here, right? And what this code is doing is it's just adding Julie to this array, right? I will save this, and I will refresh this, and you can see our array is now containing Julie also, right? Now for example, you want to print all the values of this array. You can do it like this. You can use a function called print underscore r, and it can take the array name like this, and what it will do is it will print all the values of your array with their index or key. So let's try to refresh it, and you see it prints that you have passed an array inside your print r function, and the index of this name Mark is 0, or key of this Mark is 0. John, key of John is 1, key of Bob is 2, and you can see Julie is also added, and the key of Julie is 3. You can add more values to this by just assigning it a new key and new name. Okay, and then you will be able to see one more key here. Okay, so the key of Patrick is 4, right? So this is the basics of array in PHP, but there are different kind of array in PHP. For example, associative array or multi-dimensional array, which I will be talking in the later videos. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video, I have shown you how to declare and use array in your PHP code. Now in this video, I'm going to talk about associative array. And this is a kind of array which makes your array declaration and usage more flexible. So right now, for example, in the last video, I have shown you how to declare an array and how to provide these elements to the array. And each element according to their position has the key. So this name Mark has the key of 0, John has 1, and Bob has the key of 2, right? So key starts from 0, 1 and 2, right? It's really rigid value 0, 1, 2. But if you want to make this array more flexible and more usable, you can use associative array. And on the by using those associative array, you can change these key according to yourself and values also according to yourself. Right now these values are rigid: 0 for Mark, 1 for John, 2 for Bob. But for example, you want some flexible key according to which you can use, right? So how you can define this? So for example, I want to show the weight of each person here. I can use now these names as a key and the value as my weight. So how can I assign this key? Now I want to make Mark as a key or name as a key and weight as a value. Okay, so how can I make it? You just need to include this equal to sign and then this greater than sign, and you can add the weight of each person. So in a similar way, you can assign the value to this John key some other weight, and to this Bob key some other weight. Okay, and so now this name or this name Mark is no longer a value. It has become the key, and this weight is now your value. Okay, so now in the earlier whenever we were using arrays, the index earlier was decided by PHP for us. So name was the value and this was decided by PHP, right? Now when I refresh this, you see this key is now new key is the name and the value is your weight, whatever weight your each person has, right? So this gives you the flexibility to decide your own key and assign a value to it. Okay, now for example, you want to print the specific value. I want to print the weight of Mark. For example, I can just write echo and then I can say weight the weight of Mark is, and you can use this concatenation operator like this, and then just use this variable array name, and within the square bracket just provide the key. Now key is Mark, right? Just copy this key, paste it inside these brackets, and you can give this semicolon here. So now when you just run this, you will be able to see weight of Mark is 56. And I can also give a little break here, break tag, so that second line will be printed on the second line. And now when I refresh it, you see the weight of Mark is 56. So you can print all the array values on the basis of key, and now your key has become this name and the value is this. So this is called associative array, and this makes your usage of array more flexible. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video, I'm going to show you how to declare and use multi-dimensional array in your PHP code. So for example, you have some situation that you need to print out, or you need to make a list of students according to name, the student name, age and his weight. How can you do it using your multi-dimensional array? So let's see how we can achieve this, and let's see how we can declare the array for this multi-dimensional kind of array. So the declaration will be the same. I will just change this as students is equal to array and then bracket and bracket closed. But in here you need to change this, because uh, what how will be your approach if you make this as a key? How will you provide the value for age and weight at the same time, right? So the approach can be different. For example, I can include array inside an array. For example, I can declare array, not here but here. So array inside an array, and then this will be called multi-dimensional array, and I will show you how to use this. And I can add mark, the name. So I can add mark and the age and the weight. Age is 15 and the weight is 46, for example. And the same thing I can do for this name, for John. I can just give John and the age is 13 and the weight is 65. And same we will do for the name Tom, right? So you can do it like this. Tom, the age of Tom is 14 and weight is 56, comma 14, and this will be comma 14 comma 56, right? And this should be also comma, right? So in this way you can declare a kind of array, and to make it a little bit clearer, I can just rearrange this like this. Okay, so you can declare an array like this and it will be completely valid. So when I just save this and run it, I will not see any error. That means this is not throwing any error. Now in order to print this kind of array, what you can do is you can just write echo, and then you just need to provide two square brackets because it's a multi-dimensional array. So we need to give the row and column index or column key of this array. For example, I want to print mark, and row and in column starts from row and column key starts from 0. So the key of this row is 0, this is row 1 and this is row 2, and in the same way this is column 0, column 1 and column 2, right? So the key row of the mark is 0, right? And the column of mark is also 0, right? But you also need to give the name of your array like this, so you know that which array you are using. Let's try to print this, and you will see the name mark. In the same way you can print out all the values like this, and you can do it like this. Okay, so I'm going to do the same for 3 names, and just notice here I have provided a semicolon here so they will not clash. Alright, so I can say I will also give this concatenation symbol and give a break here so that everything is printed in this different line.
br, and I will do the same for every code, right? So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 values. So we can also provide one more here. For example, 3 is here, and we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 9. Okay, so let's print all the things 0 0, and then the row here is 1 and the column is still 0. So row 1, column is 0. In the same way, row 2 and column is 0 for the name Tom. Once again, if you want to print the age, the row is 0 and column is 1. So row 0, column 1, right? And in the same way, row 1 and column 1, row 1 and column 1, and row 2 and column 1, row 2 and column 1. In the same way, you want to print the value of weight, you just need to change it 2 to 2, and this will be 0 1 and 2. And when I save this and I run it, I will be able to see all the names and all the ages and all the weights. You can concatenate and make your own string. I'm just printing these names and ages and weight in a random way, but you can just arrange them side by side, and you will be able to see all the names like this. So let's arrange this. So now I have arranged them in a way that it will show in this format. Okay, so I will just save it and I will run it. It will show the name and the age and the weight, right? Now, for example, you can have a different kind of array. The second approach of using multi-dimensional array is like this. So let's see. So you can use associative array property. Right now it's a normal array. And how you can use associative array property to declare the same array. So for example, we can do it like this. I will just change this like this. Let me make it a little bit clearer. So I have told you in the last video, in associative property you can define your own key. So the key for this name can be name, right? I can just write name and then this equal to sign and then this greater than sign. In a similar way, I can provide the same key for other names, John and Tom, and in a similar way I can provide the key for the ages and the weight, but I need to change this to age, 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 and age, and this is weight, 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 and weight. So you can define these array like this using associative property. This should be name here and this should be weight here, right? So using associative property you can just define these array like this, and this is also purely valid, right? But in order to print this, what you need to do is you need to give the row number of this and the key of this, right? So row 0 and the key is the name if you want to print this. Okay, and once again row 0 you want to give the age, for example, right? So I will just write age here, and row 0 and you want to print the weight, so I will just give, instead of column value you just need to give the keys. Okay, so same we can do here and here, and we can do for age we can do here and here, and for the weight we can do like this and this. I will make it a little bit smaller so you can see all the text at the same time, like this. Okay, and this is also totally valid. Let's check it, and it will print the same values, right? So in this way, also using associative array property, you can define multi-dimensional arrays.
Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video, I'm going to teach you about loops in PHP. And in this particular video, I'm going to teach you about a while loop and do while loop. But first of all, what is a while loop? By the name itself, you can understand that a loop is a piece of code which will execute again and again in loop until and unless some condition is true or false. Okay, so loop is a piece of code which we use to execute a piece of code again and again until and unless some condition is met. So let's start with while loop. For example, I want to print some string again and again 10 times without writing the code 10 times, right? So for example, I want to print echo, and for example, programming knowledge, I want to print it 10 times, but I don't want to, repeat the code. I don't want to do it like this 10 times. I just want to use the same line and I want to print this 10 times. How can I do it? So I can do it using loops. So for example, what I will do here is I will just first of all I will declare a counter, and I will initialize it by 1. And let's see how we can use while loop first. What is the basic skeleton of while? So while loop is declared by this keyword while and these two brackets, and here comes your code. So this is the keyword to declare while loop, and in this bracket comes the condition which has to match in order to execute the code inside your while loop. So I want to print this whenever some condition is true. Now in while loop there is a number called 0, and whenever you give as an argument to while loop, your condition will never be true, because 0 is equal to false in PHP whenever you pass it as an argument for checking some condition. And on the other hand, 1 is considered as always true. So if you give 1 as a while loop, and it will keep on running forever without stopping. So never attempt something like this until and unless you have some concrete reason of doing this. Otherwise it will crash your browser, it will crash your computer, and it can be harmful for your program. So never try something like this until and unless you have some reason to do it. Okay, so for example, I want to print this 10 times. How can I do it? I can provide a condition to this while loop that until and unless this counter is less than or equal to 10, I want to print this. But we are not using this counter anywhere, right? So it will always be less. We initialize this counter by 1, and 1 is always less than 10. Then this is the same condition as giving 1 to over here. This is the same condition like this, which will never be met, right? So what we can do is we can increase this counter every time we execute this code. We can increase it like this by this increment operator, and what this will do, let's see, it will print out this 10 times. let's try to run the program, and it prints this programming knowledge 10 times. Let me provide this break, which I always forget, so that it will be printed in line by line. You see, now for example, I want to check whether is it executing 10 times really or not. What I can do is I can just provide this single quotes here, for example, and or even I can use double quotes also, and I can use concatenation operator. So I can concatenate this here counter, and so I want to just print the counter value, not the counter plus plus, right? And then I want to provide the break. Okay, so space this counter and then the break. In double quotes I will provide the break, and let's do it with the single quotes for now. Single quote, single quote, single quotation, and single quotation. And here I should add my and symbol, otherwise it will not recognize this. And let's see what is the value of counter one by one. Okay, I will just rerun it, and you see the value of counter first of all is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 until 10, right? So what's happening here is you provide the value of counter is equal to 1, and it goes to this code, and here value of counter is 1, which is less than 10, so it will execute this code, and the value of counter will be printed 1 here, and then your counter will be increased by 1, so the value of counter becomes 2 here. It will go once again to the loop, it will check 2 is less than 10 still, it will print this, and the counter will be 2, and counter will be increased to 1 more, which is 3, and it will keep on doing this until and unless this counter becomes 11, and this condition is false. 11 is not less than or equal to 10, so this code will not be executed, and your code will go out. Yeah, okay. So this is how you can use while loop. And what is the basic thing here? Until and unless this condition is true, your code will be executed. Now you can also use do while loop to perform the same task, but the problem with do while loop is not a problem, but the property of do while loop is it will execute at least once even if your condition is true. So for example, I will show you how you can declare do while loop. You just need to write do here instead of while, and it will include these curly braces, and after your curly braces you provide while, and you just give the semicolon here. Okay, so by the skeleton itself you can understand what it will do. It will do first, so do means do something, so your program will come here, it will execute this condition, and it will check this condition after executing this code. Okay, while whenever you were using while, it was checking the condition first and then executing, but in the case of do while loop it will execute the code first and then check the condition. For example, I do it like this, or I do it like this, which is never true, right? So our program should ideally go out of the loop, right? Because this condition is not true. So whenever I run this, what will you expect? It will run at least once, because do while loop executes your code even if the condition is false at least once, and then checks the condition. Okay, so this is the property of do while loop. It will execute your code and then checks the properties, and if this is 10, and once again you will run it, it will execute it like this. Okay, so remember this, whenever you want to check the condition first, use while loop, and whenever you want to perform your code at least once before checking the condition, use do while loop. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how to use while loop and do while loop in your PHP code. In this video I'm going to show you how to use for loop in your PHP. For loop is also a kind of loop, but it's more flexible in a way that you don't need to declare these counter or increment counter like this. You have to do in while loop. You can do it in the construct of your for loop, these things, and you don't need to declare them like this. So for example, first of all I will just delete all the code from here, and I will just show you the construct or basic skeleton of for loop. So the basic skeleton of the for loop is like this. You just use for keyword, and then it's like while loop. You give some condition in these brackets, and in this curly braces you give your statement. But this for loop has three categories here, separated by these semicolon. And first category is the initialization of the value you want to uh, uh, use. Second is the condition, and third is the increment of the value. So for example, I want to achieve the same what I have done in the last video. I want to print some string 10 times. So how can I do it using for loop? You just use for, and then I will just give the basic construct to this for loop, and then what you do here is declare a variable and initialize it by a value. For example, I declare some variable called counter, like I have done in the last video, counter, and I initialize this by 1. Then I provide the semicolon here, and then I provide the condition. So I want to print something 10 times, so I provide this condition. If counter is less than or equal to 10, I want to keep on printing, and then I will give the semicolon, and then I increment the value. So I will increment the value of counter once again, like we were doing in the last video, like this. So you don't even need to declare this counter outside your for loop. It will take care of this initialization like this, and it takes care of even the increment like this. And now you can just echo something, for example programming knowledge, and the counter by this concatenation symbol dot, and I will give the break here also. Okay, and I will save it, and hopefully it will print the same thing. Okay, so it prints the same thing here. So for loop is also working like this, but what is the flow of your code is, first of all your code will come here. It will declare a variable and initialize this counter variable by 1. Then it goes and check this condition, and on the basis of this condition, for example, it initializes and counter is equal to 1, and counter which is 1 is less than 10, then it executes this code and then performs increments. Okay, first initialization, then comparison, then execution if the condition is true, and then this increment happens. Okay, so this is the flow of your for loop. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to use for each loop in your PHP code. Okay, so there is one more kind of a loop called for each loop, which is also used for iterating values in your PHP code. So for example, I have shown you in the previous video how to declare an array, right?
So for example, I have an array of these names, and what this array contains three names. For example, I can add one more name, for example, and one more name. This has five names, right? Okay, so this name array has five names in it, and I want to print all the names one by one without using the key of these elements. How can I do it? I can use for each loop. And how you can declare for each loop? For each, and then the condition, and then these curly braces. You can declare it like this, and here you can give the name of the array or whatever value you want to iterate, and then give a keyword as, and then declare your own variable which will contain these named one by one. So I will say this is a name instead of names. This is names which last from which has the ending with s, and this is a name. You can name it anything, but logically I name it as name, and this variable will contain this name one by one. Okay, so basically what we are saying here in using for each loop, that give me from this array every element one by one and pass it here one by one so that we can use it. So for example, I want to print this. I can just write echo, and then I can just use my name variable here, and I can concatenate this with a break so that it will be easier to see. BR. Okay, I save it, and when I run this I see an error. Let's see why. Okay, I haven't provided the semicolon here. Okay, just provide the semicolon here and run the program once again, and it gives me all the names one by one, whatever names are there in the list. So this for each loop, we use it to iterate the values or elements in the array one by one. Okay, and this elements will be contained in this variable which you declare after as. Okay, so this is a single dimensional array and you can iterate it easily. But what if it's a multi-dimensional array? And if it's a multi-dimensional array, in the I think in the previous video I have shown you how to use multiple dimensional arrays. So for example, we have this multi-dimensional array from our previous videos. So I will delete all this code from here, and if you remember, we have declared this multi-dimensional array in the video where we have seen how to use this multi-dimensional array, right? Now if you want to iterate these value, how you can do it, because this is in array inside an array, and then the values of array in associative array, right? So you can do it something like this. You can just write for each and give a loop something like this, and inside this I will just first of all name my array. So name my basic array is this as my variable name, whatever I want to iterate the elements of the array. So I can say student. This is students, right? And this will contain student, right? And so what are there in the student? We have three different values inside our student array. So this is the student, this is the array, and we have three different value, 1, 2, and 3, right? And the key of this value is 0, key of this value is 1, and key of this value is 2. So whenever we echo this, echo, and whenever we echo student dot break br, and when we save it and run it, it will give us the key of this. Once again, I think I forgot this one. Save it, and it will give the key, hopefully. No, so it's giving us error because we need to indicate somehow that it has some array inside it. You can see the error that the value you are trying to show is an array, so it will not print this because you print string values using this echo, right? So you need to write here equal to like this, and then you can say this is my, so this student contain a array which has 3 element, and then inside this we have another array which is this student, and then we want to iterate the value of this, right? So we can say this is a inner array or whatever you want to say it, and then whenever you want to, you print this, then let's see what happens. I want to save this, for example. Okay, so for now we use this here, and I save it, and it gives me index 012, right? So this is giving me the key of this array. This has three values which has the key 0, 1 and 2. Now I want to iterate the value here. These are all values. How I can do it? Now I have all the values in here for array 1, array 2 and array 3. So what I can do is I can use for each loop inside for each loop, second for each loop here, to iterate the values of inner arrays. Okay, so I just echo it like this, but this time I want to use this inner array as my primary array, as for example items or item is a more logical thing, and I will make this bold. So I will just make this bold so that we will be able to see this B, and here we will end our B like this. Okay, so let's see what happens. I just save it and I run this, and I need to give here concatenation operator, and now you can see our 0th key contains these values: Mark as a name, weight 15 and age 15 and weight 46. Then John, age 13 and weight 65. Tom, age 14 and weight this one. So in this way you can iterate the multi-dimensional array using for each loop, but you need to use two for each loop. One to iterate this array, outer array, which contains 3 keys, and another to iterate the values of second array. Okay. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to use switch cases in your PHP programming. Switch cases is also one of the conditional statement in PHP, and generally you can use switch cases if you have multiple conditions to check. So let's see how we can use switch cases. So for example, I have, for example, a variable called number, and I initialize this value is equal to 1, and I want to check whether this whether the value of this number is 1 or not, or whatever. Okay, so I can use it using I can use switch cases to evaluate that. For example, I can write switch, and then it should be switch like this with a keyword switch, and then it ends like this. So I already told you that whenever you want to evaluate different condition or more than one condition, you can use switch cases. So we have case in switch like this, and we can evaluate this case. But first of all, switch cases takes an argument whatever you want to evaluate first. So for example, I want to evaluate the value of number, and on the basis of this value I want to decide some messages, for example. So I can do it like this: switch case 1, and this should be colon, and then I can just echo this, echo, and I can write number is 1. Okay, and then I can just break this switch cases whenever my condition is met. I can just write break keyword for that, and in the same way I can evaluate multiple conditions. For example, 1, 2, 3. Here I will write 2, 3, and I can just save it, and let's see what is the result. So I just click this switch.php, and the result is number is 1, right? So you can check multiple conditions using switch cases. So if the number, for example, I assign this number a value of 2, then I should see this message, right? I will just refresh it, and number is 2. In a similar way, number is 3, save it, and number is 3. But for example, I provide some random number here, 344, then what should happen? Nothing is happening right now, because no condition is met. That means you cannot uh, print any result. Okay, so you can just catch this condition, which is no condition is true, by using this keyword default. Okay, and this default says that if none of the above condition is true, this default will be executed, right? So I can say number not found. Okay, and then let me make it a little bigger, little bit smaller, so you can see this, and I will save this, and now when I run this, it says number not found. So this default is like else condition. When none of the above condition is true, then this message will be shown. And it's not necessary that this switch case will only work with your numbers. It can work with, for example, the string values. So for example, I want to show some grade of the student. Okay, and for example, this grade is capital A, right? And in here also I can just provide capital A, and in the same way capital B and capital C, and if student get capital A, I will just echo excellent, and if he gets B, I just echo very good, and if he gets C, I can say need improvement, for example, right? And in this default condition, I can say no grades found, right? So right now I have assigned grade is equal to A, but I need to pass this variable as a condition here in switch cases. And then when I save this, you will be able to see excellent because grade is A, right? Now, for example, I want that if grade is capital A or small a, I want to print excellent. Okay, so I can achieve this by writing something like this: A, small a, and capital A, case small a, case capital A. But in between these two cases, there will be no break sign. So what this break does is it evaluate the condition, and for example this condition is true, it prints the message and it breaks from this statement and it goes to the last, right? But whenever you don't provide any break, then your condition will go here, or your program will go here. It will see that the grade is A, but not, there is no break, so it will jump to the second condition and it sees that grade is capital A, and it will print this, and now it sees that the grade there has been a break, so it will go out of this statement. Okay, so this is also, you can say, it's a replica of OR. So if grade is small a or capital A, you will print this message, right? So you can say whenever you don't provide any break statement in between, it will jump to the directly to the next case, and these two cases are considered to be in OR condition. Case A or capital case A is true, then this will be printed. In a similar way, I can just use this and small b, and here small c, right? Save it, and I will provide, for example, small b. Let's see what happens. I can see very good, right? So if I provide small b or capital B, I will see this message. But the condition is you should not provide break in between these two cases. So in this way, you can use switch cases to evaluate multiple conditions in PHP. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use get variable in your PHP script. So first of all, I will make a new document and I will save it as, for example, get.php, and I will save it. And in here, first of all, I will give you a little demo of get, how to declare get variable in PHP. So we can declare this get variable like this. We just need this dollar symbol and then this underscore, and whatever you write, whenever this variable starts from underscore, it's generally a super user variable, or the variable provided by your PHP script. So we just write in capital letters, and we just use these square brackets to get the values, and in here comes the name of the index you are expecting. So for example, I can just name it as name, and I can save it. Okay, and this get is also called a super global variable or automatic global variable. This simply means that it is available in all the scopes throughout your PHP script. So you can use it anywhere in your PHP script, right? It's a global variable. Now how to use this get method? So for example, I want to echo whatever is passed as a value of name. So this get will be catching the name which is passed from your URL. I will save it and I will give you a demo. So now I have this get.php. I will click it, and first of all it will give me an error because I'm not passing the value which it is expecting. So what I'm going to do is I will just in my URL just go to your URL here. This is my URL, and give a question mark here. So give this question mark and then give the name of your variable, which is name in our case. Actually just we can change it as stu underscore name so it doesn't conflict. So in our case this is stu name. Okay, and after this question mark, so you have your URL, just give a question mark, then give the name of your variable which you are expecting here, and then give the value of that variable or a key. So you need to give question mark, the variable name or a key name, then give this equal to sign here, and then give the value. So for example, I pass it mark here and press enter. You will be able to see, uh, let's see what's the problem here. Okay, so this, I think this key should be in double quotes instead of these single quotes, and then it can process the name of this variable. So I will pass the same query once again, question mark, and then the name of your variable, which is stu underscore name, is equal to the value which you want to give. So for example, I want to pass student name is equal to mark here, and I just reload this and I will be able to see mark here. So this is really showing the dynamic nature of PHP. So whatever you are passing as a URL as a value, it's printing the value in your PHP page, okay, or it's returning the value as a result. Now to make this execution little bit more interactive and user friendly, what I want to do is I will just create a new PHP page. For example, I will save it as for example student.php. Okay, and in here I will just start my PHP code, PHP, and in here I will just close it. And for example, in here, or I don't even need to do this, I will just make a HTML form which can take some values. So if you have a little bit knowledge of HTML, you will know what the form is. And if you even don't have that knowledge, I will just show you how to make a simple form here. So you just need to make this kind of a form. HTML code starts from this HTML tags. I think most of you just know this, and then it has the body, it has the head, which I'm not using right now, and in the body you can provide your tags, whatever you want to print. Okay, so this is the basic skeleton of HTML code, right? And I want to print student info in this form. Okay, so I will just make a form inside my HTML page. So I will just write form, and I will just end this form first, form, and in here I will just give the path of my file which I want to invoke from this HTML page, which is get.php. So in this form action is equal to, I will pass the name of my PHP file, which is get.php, right? Get.php, get.php, for example. So this is the path of my PHP file. I'm telling this form to call, okay? And then I will give the method. So you can call different method using this form submission, and because we are learning get variable, we will call a get method from here. So just write get here, but in double quotes. And basically in this form what we want is, we want to submit the name of the student, the age of the student, and the weight of the student, for example. So we have this title called student info, and in the capital letter or in bold we can just pass name in bold, and similarly we can do the same for age and weight. Age, weight, and in here after this name I can just pass some name here. So I will use input tag to give the input, and the type will be a text box. So just write type is equal to, in double quotes, text, and the name of this input we will name it as, for example, name itself, okay, is equal to, for example, stu name, stu underscore name, and this stu name is the same as this stu name. So just copy this and paste it here, okay. In a similar way I will pass the age and the weight, okay. So this will be all text, but this will be stu age, for example, and this will be stu weight, okay. And it's the same tag, I can use it here. So for example I can echo this plus this plus this, and this should be age and weight, but uh, let's let's use concatenate operation and just print name and dot, and here we will give our break br, and same we will do here and here for printing age and for printing weight, and we will use this break here and maybe here also, okay. So this is a simple form. I will save this form and I will just request this form from here, go back and refresh it. I have the student.php, I can call it, and you can see I have the simple form, and I can see name and this text box, age in this text box, and weight then this text box, and I want a little button also. So first of all I will provide a break here so I can see a button on the next line, and then I can provide once again input, but this time this will be a button. So I will just say type is equal to submit, okay, submit. So this will be a button, and once again when we refresh our code you can see submit query. right? So we have a PHP page in which we have some HTML code, and we are expecting student name, age and weight, and we want to submit this. And this, because we have provided the path of the PHP file as an action, it will go to this PHP file and it will see if this student name is there, and then it will print student name, age and weight. Let's see what happens. So I will just write Mark as name and age as 19 and weight 46, and I submit this, and I see some problem here. Let's see what's the problem. Yeah, so problem is single quotes here. Sometimes I forget this, but don't forget this. Okay, so once again we go back. We have name Mark, age 19, weight 46, submit. And now we can see name is equal to Mark, age is equal to 19 and weight is equal to 46. And you can even see this URL modification, that stu name is equal to Mark, and this little and symbol is just provided by PHP, and this and represent that there are more than one variable you are passing in this get request. And then we have our second variable stu age is equal to 19, and then we have third variable which is stu weight is equal to 46. So this is the request, get request you are passing to your PHP page, and then this request comes to your PHP page, and this is printed according like this, right? But for example, you don't even pass anything here. I will just, for example, I will just leave it as blank. What happens? It just prints blank names and age and weight, right? For example, if you don't want to, want user to do something like this, what you can do here is you can use another global variable in if condition. So I will just give if, and this is a pre-defined variable which is called is set, and it just check that if the value of the variable is set or not. So we want to check if the value of get student name is set or not. So I will just write it like this, and I also want that, so I will give this and symbol here. I have shown you how to use this and these logical and comparison operators in the earlier videos, right? So and then I also want to check whether my age field has some value or not, and in the same way I want to check my weight field has some value or not, and if they have some value I want to print it. Otherwise else I will just say that I will just echo please enter all fields, please enter all fields. Okay, so now when I submit this form as blank, I will just submit it, and it says you can use null not equal to. Let's see what's the problem here. Is set. Okay, so I know the problem. We need to use this is set function for every get method. So I will use with this is set with this get method, and is set with this get method. Okay, now once again let's try, and I will just reload my page and submit this, and now I can get this name, because I also need to check whether these names are empty or not. So what I can do here is I can declare name variable is equal to get student name. In a similar way, I can declare age and weight. It takes student age and student weight. And I will check one more thing, if, and there is one more function, inbuilt function in PHP, which is empty function. So it checks whether your variable is empty or not. So I will just say, so if not empty, you see I have given this not symbol here, right? So if this name variable is not empty, then, and once again I will just copy this 2 times more, and for age and weight, and if name is not empty, age is not empty, and weight is not empty, then I want to print this. Okay, I'll just enclose this form or this if condition, and once again when I try to run this, hopefully it will run. Once again reload, pass it, and it says some error. Yeah, because this get is missing this and symbol, right? And symbol, and symbol. Save it. Once again go back, and hopefully this time it will work. So we see nothing here, right? Because we have submitted nothing as of here, right? But we are not able to see this please enter all fields, because I think this else should move after this. So this else condition should be else condition for this if condition rather than this. Okay, and once again and query, and it says please enter all the values, right? But whenever we provide some value, for example name, age and weight, and it prints the values. Okay, so when no values are printed, or when no value is submitted by form, it says please enter all the values, and when we enter or when we submit some values and pass the query, it prints the name, age and weight, and you can also see the modification in the URL, which is done by PHP. So in this way you can use get variable in your PHP. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to show you how to use post global or super global variable in your PHP script. In the last video I've shown you how to use get variable, which is also a super global variable in PHP, and I've shown you how you can get some values, something like this, whenever you can make a form, and when you submit this form you will be able to see the response, and your URL also will be modified like this, the key which you pass and the value, key and value, and these are separated by this and this is prepared by PHP for you, so you don't need to do anything here, right? Now in this video we are going to see the post variable. Basically post behaves like get, but it's a little different, and I'm going to show you what is the difference between them. But first of all we will prepare our form. So in the last video I have made this form like this kind of a form in HTML, and this was the code. So if you don't know how to make this form, just watch the last video and you will be able to good to go. And this time I want to make it something different. So for example I want to make a form to user login. This will you know, in real life situation you don't use this kind of login page, but for this example let's make a user login. So for example, I have uh, student info, and I want to, for example, I want the user student to enter his username. So I will write username and his password, and this name variable I will change it to uh, username, and this name I will change it to password. Okay, and I have this submit button here. So now when I save this, I want to save this first of all. Okay, so when I save this, this form will be modified like this. So I want to enter the username and password, and then I want to submit this. Okay, so if you don't know how to make this, just copy it. Okay, and in the place of this form action, I'm going to change this PHP file to the post method, but let me make the new post.php file. So I have made this new file. I will rename it as save as post, not this, post.php. Okay, save it. And this post.php I will just replace here in the student.php, and I will replace this by post, not this, but post.php. Okay, this is a student.php which I have made in the last video, and in the action of this I will pass my new PHP file which is post. Okay, and the method this time will be post. Last time the method was get, because I was showing the get demonstration, get variable demonstration. This time the method will be post. Okay, so just copy this kind of form, or make this kind of a form which can take the username and password, and I will save it. Now I come to my PHP here, and here for example I just want to display if the username and password is correct or not. So for example, I can say if, first of all, how to declare this post. You just need to use this dollar sign, then underscore, and just write post, and the square sign and semicolon, and here comes your variable. Okay, so whatever you have given here, username and password, which is equal to name, just pass it here. So we are indirectly passing the value of username and password to this post.php. Okay, in a similar way I can pass the password like this, and it will give me username and password, right? But let's make this little bit interesting, and I want to check whether my username is equal to something. So I can say if username is equal to for example, what can be the name, Mark. Okay, and let's make it small, Mark, and password, this and my password is equal to for example some name or some password, PASS. Okay, so if the username and password is correct, I want to display some message, echo username and password is correct, for example. Else I want to display else, it should be else, I want to display username and password is not correct. Okay, so I will just copy this and paste it there, and is not correct. Okay, so now I will just remove this, and hopefully we will not face any problem. Let's include brackets here so that it will be more visible that we have two end conditions here. I will save this and I will check whether my username and password is correct or not. So I will go to the browser, refresh it, and let's give the name Mark and password pass, and ideally we should see the message username and password is correct. Let's see. Yes, I can see the message. For example, I enter some weird username, submit, username and password is not correct, right? So, and let's make this password character hidden or masked by some character. So what I can do here is I can go to student.php and I can change this type to password, and then when I refresh this form, I'll just go back and come here once again and mark, and when I type password, hopefully it will mask my password. No, let's see what can we do. Okay, we haven't saved this, so we need to save it first and then we load it and hopefully it will work. Yes, it's working. Okay, so pass, and still we are getting the message and it says, do you want to remember this password? I don't want to remember this, but yeah, so it's working like this. But the important thing to notice here is it's not modifying your URL, and it's different from get variable in a way that in get method you will be able to see your URL or whatever you have whatever variable you have passed from this to the other PHP file, right? But this will not show any URL. So whenever you want to use some secret stuff, for example password, you don't want to use get method, because whenever you for example it's a get method and you will post something from or just give some values here, username and password, and submit this, you will be able to see your password here, okay, or other users will be able to see this password in the URL, which is unsecure. So whenever you need to make some kind of login form, you just use post method instead of this get method, because this will give you the URL or this will pass your variables in the URL, and your URL can anybody can read this URL. The second thing is, for example, if you are making some site which will be able to upload some files, for example a PHP file or a video file, then whenever you post this file, this URL can become, you know, URL can become very large. It can have thousands and thousands and thousands of characters, which will become very big, right? And this is also undesirable. So in case of big files, or whenever you want to post something very big, or whenever you want to have a form which is submitting a big data or a private data, just use post. Okay, otherwise if you want to see the link here, see the values which are posted or which are submitted, then use get variable. So this is the small little difference between post and get. So post doesn't modify your URL, but it will definitely submit your data. But in the case of get, it will modify your URL, and if you have a big uh, data submission, it will have very big URL, right? And just to check whether it's really giving me the username and password, I can just echo the username and password here. For example, echo, for example, post this one as a username. So I can just concatenate username, and this should be like this. and concatenate and password, right? Just concatenate password, password length, and then our password post here, and then maybe we can add this break so that it will be printed in the next line, other message will be printed in the next line. Okay, so hopefully it will give me the username and password. Mark pass, for example, submit it, and you will be able to see this username is equal to mark, password is equal to pass, right? So it transfers your variable to your PHP file, but it doesn't modify your URL. So this is the video tutorial on post variable in PHP.
Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use functions in PHP scripts. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to use basics functions in PHP. So first of all, what is a function? So a function is a block of code designed to perform a particular task, right? And why do we use function? To increase the readability of the program and to perform a task which is repetitive in nature. Okay, so for example, first of all I will show you how to declare a function, and then I will explain what this is doing. So function is declared like this, okay, and this brace, this it has these braces and curly braces. So this is the basic skeleton of a function, okay. And why do we use function? Function is a piece of code which we use to execute a particular task. So for example, I want to print something, so echo, and for example I want to echo hello world, and I want to echo hello world, for example hello world, and with comma and in bold. This is just an example I'm giving. In the real world, you can use function better than this. So for example, I want to use I want to print these lines of code again and again in my PHP script. Okay, so I want to use these three lines, or I want to print these three lines again and again in my PHP script. Okay, and I don't want to repeat these lines again and again. So what we can do, we can make a function called hello world function, or I will rename it as hello underscore world. So this is the basic declaration of a function. You have the name or keyword function, and then you name your function anything. You can name your function anything other than reserved function in PHP. So there are some reserved functions in PHP which you cannot use. Other than those, you can declare any name to your function. Okay. So for example, I want to print these three lines, and I can just call my function. So this is the declaration of function. Now, once you declare a function, you can call your function from anywhere from your PHP code if it's a global function, and we will talk about global function in some other video. But to call this function, you just need to write the name of the function, and you just need to copy the signature. So just copy this and paste it as it is, and just add a semicolon. So what is this? This is a declaration or definition of a function, and this is a function call. So you're calling this function, and whenever PHP sees that you are calling the function, it will go here and it will execute the function when you call this. I will save it
and I will try to run this, and this is my function PHP. I will run it and I can see hello world again and again, but let's put a break here. Let's put some break here and here. Okay, and I will save it and refresh this, and now I can see hello world 3 times. Now suppose there is a need that these 3 lines have to be used again and again in my program. Okay, this is a stupid example, but yeah, there is a need to call this function again and again, or call these 3 lines of code again and again. So what are the options? You just need to rewrite these 3 lines again and again, somewhere again and again. Okay, 3 or 4 lines, and this makes your code really messy, right? So in order to make your code readable, right, and if you want to just perform this task again and again, what you can do is you can just call this function again and again, and it will just execute these 3 lines of code, and this makes your code really readable, and you don't have to type these 3 lines again and again, right? So I can just call my function 2 times in my program, and it will print me this again, right? So this is the basic use of function. Okay, so this is how you can use basic function in PHP. There are other 2 types of function declaration, which are called function with argument and function that returns value, which we are going to see in the next videos. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you what is a function, how to declare function, and I have given you a small little demonstration of basic function. Now in this video I am going to show you how to use function that takes arguments or parameters. Okay, so let's get started. For example, I want to do something useful with the function. For example, I want to add 2 values in the function. So I can make a function like this, function add, right? So I can make a function called add, and what it does is it adds 2 values. But I want to make this function something like this, that it can take any values and add them, any 2 values, for example. So here in these brackets I can pass arguments or parameters so that those parameters can be added and printed. So for example, I want to pass first variable, which I call num1, comma. So whenever you want to pass multiple arguments, you separate your argument by comma. So just remember this, and I will pass the second number, for example, and just bear in mind you can provide any number of argument here. So it's not restricted that you need to provide only 1 argument or 2 or 3. It's not restricted. Okay, so you can provide any number of arguments you wish, but for now I'm providing 2 numbers, and what I want to do is I want to add these 2 numbers when this function is called and print this. So I can just write echo, and I can just call these 2 numbers and add them, num1, and just I can add with num2, which this should be num, and with this and symbol. Okay, so and let me concatenate this with a break br. Okay, so what I have done, I have passed 2 arguments to my function, and whatever I pass here as 2 numbers, it will add those 2 numbers and print the result. So how can I call this function? add. So just use the same name as your function name, and then you need to pass two numbers because it's taking two numerical values. So I can pass two numbers, something like this, 899 comma 1000, for example. Okay, and let's see what is the result. I call it once and I refresh my program, and it gives me the result 1899, which is the addition of these two numbers. Now suppose I want to add some more numbers, right? So I have the requirement of adding these two numbers, and for example I want to add some more number. So I want to add 2000 plus 1100, and I want to add some other numbers, for example 6000 and 1300. Okay, and I will save it, and when I run this I can get all these three results. And bear in mind there is only one function which we are using again and again to perform a similar task. That is the basic definition of function, if you remember, right? A function is used to perform a particular task again and again, and this function is doing just that, right? Just we have just changed those arguments and it's adding those two values, right? And this is the very basic importance of functions in any language, right? It makes your code really readable, and it makes your code not repeatable, and it makes your code to perform a particular task again and again without writing the code again and again. So suppose this function have some many numbers of line. You cannot write those many numbers of line again and again. It will make your program non-readable, but using functions it can be done easily. So this is how you can use arguments or parameters with functions. In the next video I'm going to show you how to return value from a function. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last two videos we have seen how to use basic functions and how to use functions with arguments. And in this video I'm going to show you how to use a function that returns some value. Okay, so for example I want to perform some more actions on the basis of the result of my function. So for example I have these two numbers which I can add using this add function, which I have shown you in the last video, right? So I can add two numbers, but I want to somehow use that result, and I want to perform some more tasks with the result of this function. How can I do it? For example, I want to add these two numbers 899 and 1000, for example. So add 899 plus 1000, and I want to multiply this number, which is a result, by the addition of these two numbers, right? By the addition of these two numbers. So how can I do this? If I use the simple function with the argument, I cannot achieve this. And why I cannot achieve this? Because if you just want to echo these numbers, you don't have a result, right? Unless and unless you have some variable and you save this somewhere, right? So I want to achieve something like this. I want to add these two numbers using this add function and add these two numbers using this function, but I also want the product of this. I cannot do something like this multiplied or multiplied by this, and for that, so this is not valid, right? So for that, what I need to do is I need to return a value and store it in some variable, and then do the performance or do some kind of operation like this. So let's see how we can do it. I will just delete it. And so we are adding these two numbers, but I want to the value of the result so that I can perform further actions. So what I can do is I can declare one more variable called result is equal to result is equal to number 1 and number 2, right? Now this has the value of the result, and somehow I want to get the value of this result in the case of this and in the case of this. So what I can do is I can return this result so that I can store this result in some other variable and I can perform some action, right? So now it's returning something. So how can we achieve this kind of a goal? What we can do is we can have, for example, a variable called uh, add1 is equal to, which gives the addition of these two numbers 899 and 1000. Okay, and what this return is doing here is it's taking 899 here, 1000 here, it adds these two numbers, and whatever result it's returning from this function. So what this will do here is it's returning the sum of these two numbers and it will assign this result in this add1 variable. In a similar way, I can declare a second variable which will add these two numbers. So for example 2000 and 1100. Okay, now I want the product of these two numbers. So what I can do, I can simply echo the product of add1 because it has the result of addition of these two, add1 multiplied by add2, and basically I get the result like this. Okay, so by returning the value you can assign your result in some other variable like this. Okay, I will save it, and basically let's echo this also, echo this addition. I want to echo addition 1 and with a break, PR, and I want to echo addition 2 also with a break, but the parameters will be this. So we know that the addition of these two numbers is what, and addition of these two numbers what, and then I want to print the product. Okay, save it, and I will run this, and there is some mistake somewhere. Let's see where. So yes, I forgot this dollar symbol here. Okay, now it should run, and I don't need to give any spaces here, right? And now I will run, and you see the addition of 1000 and 899 is 1899, addition of 2000 and 1100 is 3100, and product of 899 and 3100 is this one, right? So in this way you can return value using function and assign it to the other variables and do some other task with it. So I hope you have understood the concept of return in functions.
Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to show you how to print date and time of the server on which your PHP file resides using your PHP code. So basically I want to print the time and date of your server because these files all will be on the server, right? So let's see how we can print date and time using this server. So I can just declare a variable called date. First of all I need to save this. I'll save it as date time.php, and now its date is equal to, and there is a special function called date in PHP which is used to give us the date, right? Now this takes one argument or more than one argument depending upon the user, whatever argument you want to give here. So for example, I want to give the date in some format. So for example, I want to give the date in this format. First of all, the day, and then, so for example, day slash month slash year. Okay, so I can achieve this like this. So for day, I can give small d and then slash, so, and month small m, and for year capital Y. Okay, and let's just echo this, echo date. Okay, save this, refresh this, and run this. You will be able to see the current date of the server which is on the server, and right now it's 7/8/2014, right? But you can, for example, you want to change this format, you want to add day point, month point, then what you need to do is you just need to change the format of this string, like d point a month point, m point, small m point. Okay, I will refresh this, and now I can see the point here. For example, I want the dash or minus symbol, I can do it like this. So it depends upon you what format you will need. You just need to give the format here, and I will refresh it, and I get the this date like this. Now for example, I need the time, I can declare a variable called time is equal to, and I can still use this date function to give the time. So it can take the format of the time also. So for example, I want time something like this. I want to show first of all the hours like this, and then minutes, and then seconds, right? Then how can I do this? I can just write here capital R minus, and then small I for minutes, and then minus for second. I think I should use S, right? Save it, and I want to echo this, echo time, and let me put break here so the date and time will be printed on different lines, BR with single quotes. Okay, and now I will refresh this, and I can see the time here also. So time is 00:30 and the second is 5. You can change this by changing the format like this. For example, you want the format like this, hour, minute, and seconds. You can always change it like this. Okay, so the format depends upon you. Whatever format you want to see, you will be able to see. Now you may want to display your day as a string, for example Wednesday or something like this. There are many combinations to show your date and time, and I have just shown you a few of these options. Now if you want to know more about the formats, for example this D, whenever you use it, shows the day in these two letters or whatever you say. But whenever I use this capital D, Let's see what happens. Whenever I use capital D and refresh it, it shows me day in the format of 3-letter word, right? Today is Thursday, so it's giving me day like this. So there are many combinations possible to show date and time. And to more about this table of the formats, you can just go to your php.net and search for date here. And in here, you will find the function date, and here you will find the list of the format characters. So you can see small d is for day of month, 2 digit, right? Capital D is a textual representation of day in 3 letters. J is the day of month without leading zeros, and you can see all kind of letter or characters which you can use to represent your date and time. Okay, so just take a look at this list and you will be able to see how you can combine these characters to make your own kind of date or format of date. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to use global variable with your functions. So what is a global variable? A global variable, by the name itself you can understand that global variable is available everywhere in your program. So whenever you declare a global variable, it should be or it can be used everywhere in the program, right? But whenever we try to use this global variable inside our function, it behaves little bit differently, and I will show you how to use this global variable with a function. So for example, I declare a variable called name, for example, and name, I assign this name as Mark. Okay, and I can just echo this name, right? This is simple. But for example, I want to make a function to display name. So I make a function, and I can say show name, and this will be my function. And I just want to display this name using this function. So I just can say echo, and in single quotes I can say the name of the student is, and with this concatenation symbol I can use names like this. Okay, and if you know that by calling this function in here, I will be able to show this message, right? So let me save it and let's see what is the result. I'll just refresh this and I will call my global.php, and in here you will be able to see that undefined name here, and the name of the student is, and you will not be able to see the name which we have assigned, which is Mark, right? And why is this happening? The name is not available, whenever we want to see here, name is not available. Ideally we should see the name of the student is Mark, because we are printing this name of the student is whatever this name contains, and we can just prove this, that this name has the value of Mark by just echoing this like this. So I will just save it and I will refresh this, and you can see this name variable holds the value Mark, but inside your function you will not be able to print this name. And there is a small little line which you need to write to specify that this name is a global variable and you want to use this inside your function, and you just need to add this line. You just need to write global and the name of your variable. and once you specify that this name is a global variable, so this is the same name as this name, but now you specify in the function that this is a global variable, and let's see what happens now. I will refresh it, and now I can see that the name of the student is Mark, right? So in order to use a global variable inside your function, you need to specify that you want to use this global variable, and not just one global variable. You can just use different global variable, name 1 comma name 2. So like this you can specify multiple global variable inside your function and use them unless and until you have declared those names as a global variable outside these functions. Okay, so just remember that whenever you want to use a global variable, this global variable can be in other PHP file also, and you may wish to declare all of your global variable in one PHP file, and you can call these global variable inside your function in other files by just using this declaration that this variable is global and you want to use it. Okay, so just remember this in your mind and you will be good to go. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to show you how to use include and require function in PHP. So for example, I have a PHP file which is just containing HTML code and which is just printing some header on the browser. So I will just save it and I will just browse for header.php, and it's just printing programming knowledge here. Now sometimes, or most of the times, you want some template to appear whenever you use your PHP code. So for example, you want to use this template which shows this header in different PHP file. Okay, so how can we do that? So for example, I will make one more PHP file and I will call it page1 dot php, and I will I will create one more PHP file and I will call it page2.php. Okay, so I have these two PHP file and I will just quickly make this template, and in here, for example, I want to use this header file. Okay, so I want to make this header file once and I want to use this in different PHP pages, okay, in different PHP files. How can I do this? I can use this include function and include this header file in my PHP1 and PHP2 page. So let's see how. So what you need to do is you just need to use the keyword include and then in single quotes just give the name of your uh, header.php which you want to use here. So my header PHP is like this, header.php. Okay, now what this code will do is it will call this header.php because all these three files are in same folder. That's why I can call this. For example, if you want to go up one folder, you can use it like this, or for example you want to use if you have this file in some other folder inside, you can use it folder slash something like this. But because these all three files are in the same folder, that's why I'm not giving any path here. Okay, otherwise you need to give relative path whenever your header files are in different folder and your
other functional file are in other folder. Okay. Now I can include this file in my page 1 and page 2 like this. Just use include and the name of the, and then I can call page 1. So page 1.php, and it will give me some kind of, let's see what's the error. I don't see any error here, so let's try it once again. Okay, this is page 1 dot and I have used comma here, so instead of page 1 dot, now it will work. So whenever we call page 1, this header is called, right? This header. And whenever we call page 2.php also, this header will be called, right? So page 1 and page 2 has the same header, right? So this include function enables us to use the same template if you have in different PHP files. Now for example, I can declare some variable page 1, and I can show some message here. For example, I can show we are in page 1. Okay, and we can echo this, echo page 1, and in the same way I will do the same in my page 2. So this will be my page 2 variable, this will be my page 2 variable, and this will be 2. Okay, I save it and let's see what happens. So we are in page 1.php, and I can see this echo message here, we are in page 1, and whenever I call page 2.php, we see we are in page 2, right? So this include function just include the header, and we will be able to do our other tasks which are inherently done by page 1 and page 2 also in these page 1 and page 2.php. Okay. Or for example, you decide to use these variables in this header file also, you can do this just like this. So for example, I can just declare in my header.php, I can just say php, and in here I can declare this variable which is page 1, right? Page 1. I just cut it from here, and in my header.php, in my PHP tags, I can just paste it here, and same I will do from my page 2, right? So in a way, I have declared all my variables in this header.php, and I want to use these variables in page 1 and page 2. I will save it and once again run it. Let's see what happens. So I can still get the same result here. Page 1.php will show me page 1, and page 2.php will show me we are in page 2, right? So in this way you can use the include function to call files and whatever variables or whatever values are there in the files, you can just import it in your PHP file just by using this include, right? In the same way you can use require function also. So we can use, instead of this, include require function, require, and this will also work the same way that of include. So I will just save it, and when I refresh this, it works same as include function, right? For page 1 also it works same as include function. But for example, I'm including some text before this page 1 variable, page 2 variable, and page 1 variable. So for example, I can just say page info, and I just concatenate this in page2.php and page1.php. Okay, and I save it, and whenever I use this require here, okay, and whenever this header name is, for example, by mistake I have misspell this header name, so this is not a I mean original header or header which exists. This is non-existent header, right? In here also in our page 2 we just provide the path of the header which doesn't exist, and we save it, and when we refresh this we see here the warning and the error, and we don't see this page info message even. So what this require does is, whenever it sees that it cannot find this header file or this PHP file which you have provided the path of, then it kills your page. So whatever you write or you like, whatever you want to execute after this include or after this require function, and if this header is non-existent, it will kill your page after that. Okay, and this is same in the case of this. But whenever we use include here in page 1 and page 2 and save it, see what happens. I refresh it, and even this is showing the error, but it will execute your messages or whatever functionality you are doing after your include function also. So this is printing page info, right? You can see here page info, right? So this include function, even if you provide the wrong header name or a header which doesn't exist, it will keep on executing the other codes which you write below your include function. So it will not kill your page. On the other hand, when you use require, it will kill your page, right? So for example, I will use require for page 2 and include for page 1. Okay, so let's see page 1 first, which we have include. Page 1, refresh it, it shows page info which is after my include, right? And let's see page 2.php, page 2.php, and now it killed my page, and I cannot see the code I want to execute after this require function. So include and require works in the same way, but only difference is this, which I have shown you. Hello guys, in the last video I have shown you how to use include and require function to include files in your PHP program. So I have shown you how to use this include function and this require function. And what I was doing, I was just including this simple header to it, and I was just including this PHP variables to my page 1 and page 2, right? Now for example, first of all, in what I'm going to do in this video, or what I'm going to teach in this video, is include once and require once variable. And let's see why we can use, or why we need to use these include once and require once variable. I will give you a small demo. So for example, I have this include header.php, which is this one, in my page 1.php. I included this, and I will just refresh this, and it gives me programming knowledge, which is a message, or which is the header in the header file, and whatever message I'm printing here, which is this one, right? Now for example, somebody or by mistake I included this header file more than once, right? I will save it and I will refresh my page, and what it's done is it has included this header file 3 times, and I will be able to see this header 3 times, right? But sometimes you don't want to see this. So what you can do is you can use include once or require once function. So For example, I will write include underscore once, and this takes this bracket, and inside this bracket you can pass the same header file name. Okay, but still I have declared this include once here, which includes this header file, but still I'm also using this include function also, and let's see what happens. The result is it included this header file using include once function once, so we can see this message, and it also included this header file using include function. So we see this message 2 times, right? But for example, we just cut this code and paste it below your include program, and let's see what happens now. And now you will be able to see it is just printing once. So what this include once ensure that you have only included this header file once. Okay, so whenever you want to include your header file once, use this include once function. Okay, same you can do it with require and require once. So you have this require function in page2.php, and I can just use require underscore once function, and I can use this header name here, and whenever I call this page2.php, it will only include this header file once again, only once, right? So this will work with require also and include also. So just remember that if you want to include your header file once, just use this include once or require once. Or if you don't care about including your header file more than once, then you use this require. So I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now.
Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to show you how to use exit or die function in PHP. So for example, I'm going to give you an example. For example, I want to echo something. For example, programming, and in the next line I want to echo knowledge. Okay, and let me put a break here. Okay, so I save it and I open this, and it prints programming knowledge, right? So how we can use exit and die functions? By the way, whenever one more, this is just a small information, that whenever you use or whenever you have this ending line of your PHP code, it will work even without these semicolon. In at the end of the line or the last line of your code can be run without this small semicolon, right? So die function, for example, we write it like this, and what it does is it kills your code after whatever is written here after die function, right? So I save it and I refresh it, and it's just printing programming. And because we have called die function here, this knowledge will not be printed because your page is dead after this function. Okay, and in this you can even pass some parameters. For example, you can pass the page is dead, for example, and I can refresh it and I can see the page is dead, right? So you can use argument with this function so that you can show the message whatever you want to show. Okay, and exit also works like same. Okay, there is no difference between exit and die.
they are equivalent to each other. Okay, but in real life, why do we even use this exit function? You know, logically we don't want to kill our page in our right minds, right? So I will give you a small little example why do we use this in real life. So for example, I want to open a website, so I will just write here, I will declare a variable called website is equal to, and I can say this website is http colon slash slash www.google.com. Okay, so this is my site, and I will just echo, and this should be web, and I will just echo this echo. And if you remember, we can open a website by using href, right? So we just use a and then href is equal to and the name of your website. So I can just give by concatenation, by using concatenation operator, I can just pass this here, and then what we can do here, I will just close it, and then I will just close this ending tag here like this. Okay, and this should be like this and like this. Okay, and I need to give some name to my href, for example Google. So this I have shown you in the previous video, how to open a link using your HTML tags using hrefs, right? I will save it and I will open this once again, and I can see this link, and when I click this link, www.google.com opens, right? Now for some reason this is not responding, or for some reason, for example, I put some random link here, and which is not true, and I will refresh my page and I can click this, and it doesn't open anything, and I don't want to show this message, server not found. What I want to do is I want to die or kill. So what can I do here is, or there is a function called I will show you what is the function. So there is a function called fopen, and which we can use to open any URL or any file, okay, in PHP. So I can use the same website variable here. So this fopen takes two variables. One is the name of your URL or your file path, and second is the directive. There are different directive you can give here. For now I'm giving here R, which stand for read. Okay, so just remember this, and if you want more information about this fopen, you can just go to a PHP website and just see how it works, right? So basically it is used to open a file or a URL, and I will just comment this, and this will work same. Okay, so it directly opens the URL. Why it's not working? Let's see. Yeah, because this link is wrong, right? So what we can do here in order to avoid this error, I can just say or exit or die. I can use either of these functions. I'm using exit, and I can say the link provided is
wrong. Okay, I save it, and once again when I run this, it shows me some error, unexpected, or let's see what's the error. Yeah, so this semicolon will not come here. So what this will do here is you can just use it in one line also. This will either open your website or exit with this message. Okay, I will save it once again and run it once again, and it says warning, F open failed to open the stream, and it's showing me this message, the link provided is wrong, right? So it's giving me the error and the message that the link provided is wrong, and it's exiting the page or it's killing this page after this. So this exit is used to exit uh, from the page or kill the page, as well as the die function you can use to exit from the page and kill from the page. And whenever this website is correct, let's check what happens. It hopefully will open this www.google.com, right? Okay, so you understood the basic concept, what I mean to say whenever you want to use fopen or fx or die functions. It is used to basically kill the page whenever you encounter any error or when your code is error prone. Okay, and you don't want to execute the rest of the code. So in this way you can use exit or die function in your PHP script. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how to set sessions in PHP. So I have made the session.php and view.php, and this session.php, what it's doing is it's just setting this session variables, name, age and weight, and from this view.php we were accessing those sessions using this view.php, right? So what I have shown you in the last video, this was the session.php. Whenever I click this, it's setting the sessions, and whenever I want to view all the values from the session, I was just calling this view.php, right? So if you don't know how to set the sessions, just watch the last video. Now in this video I'm going to show you how to unset session. So for example, for some reason you want to unset some value of a session or all values of a session. How can you do it? So for example, I will make uh, one more PHP file called destroy.php, which we will use to destroy our sessions. Okay, and in here I will quickly make this PHP file, PHP tags, and then in here I want to unset the session, right? So what I can do directly, we what we have learned in the last video, we always need to use the session start whenever you want to use this keyword session. Okay, so we need to use the session start, and then what we can do is we can unset. There is a function called unset by which you can unset a particular session. So for example, I want to unset this name session from here. Okay, so I will just pass this name session here with a dollar symbol, and this session which has the value of name will be unset. So let's try and run the program once again. So I go to my browser, I just refresh it, and in here, first of all, I set the session by session.php. The session is set, and then I can view my session by view.php. So I know that this name is equal to mark, age is equal to 21, and weight is equal to 45.
And for example, I want to destroy the session for the name. So I click this destroy.php, which destroys the or unset the session name, right? So when I just open this, I know that name is unset, session name is unset. Now I can go to once again to view.php, and now you can see here I can only see this age and weight, but I am not able to see this name here, right? And this is because we have unset the session for name. Okay. Now, for example, you don't use this start session. What happens quickly? We can see here that it will not work. So once we set the session, we can view all name, age and weight. And once we destroy the session, and once again we go to view, it will not destroy your session. So you need to use this session start in order to use any kind of session, right? Now, in some cases you want to destroy all the sessions which you set, okay? Not one, not two, but all the session in a go, right? So how you can achieve this? There is a function called session.unset or session.destroy. So I'll just call this function session underscore destroy, and this is a function which destroys all of your sessions. Okay, so I save it and I go to my browser and I set the session. So session is set and I can view those session value. So I know that name and age is weight is set, and now I call this destroy.php, which destroy all the session. Now I can go to view.php once again. I don't see any session set here, right? So in this way you can unset a particular session or destroy all the sessions using this session destroy. Okay. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you what are cookies and how to set cookies in PHP. So let's see what is a cookie. So a cookie is often used to identify a user. Okay. A cookie is a small file that the server embeds on your computer. So server can be your website or some website which you are browsing, and this website embeds some small file inside your computer or in a particular browser, and this file will remain in your computer, and this each time whenever your uh, computer request the same page, it will send the cookie to, right? So for example, uh, there you browse some website and it sets some cookie inside your computer or inside a particular browser. It will remain in that browser until and unless that cookie expire, and that expiration time can be months, weeks or year even, right? And how cookies are different from session is whenever you use session, well, it will last for only for that session. That means whenever you use the session and whenever you close your browser, your session will also be destroyed. So session will not remain for a long time in your browser or in your computer. It will go once you close your browser, but a cookie can remain in your computer for a long time, uh, uh, or a time at which it's set to destroy it. It can be 1 year, it can be 1 month, it can be 1 day. So you can set the expiration time of the cookie, whereas you cannot set the expiration time of your session. It is destroyed whenever you close your session, right? Now let's see how we can set cookies in PHP. So I have this cookie.php file, and let's see how we can set cookies. So this is a small method called set cookie, we use to set the cookie inside your browser, and it takes 5 arguments. First is the name of the cookie, second is the value of the cookie, third is the expiration time of the cookie, and fourth is the path, and fifth is the domain name. And for this demonstration I will just use these 3 parameters. You can also use the set cookie function with these parameters also. Okay, now for example I want to set some cookie for the student, for example. So I will give the cookie name as student. Okay, and the value is, for example, name of the student, which is Mark. Okay, and third parameter, it's interesting, it's the expiration time. Okay, and how you can set expiration time, it takes the second or number of second from the reference of the time now, right? So in PHP there is a function called time. So for example I declare a variable time is equal to, and there is a function called time also, and this time gives you the timestamp. So let's echo the time, echo the time, and what this time is, I'll save it and I will go and browse here cookie and see this time here. So it's giving us this 1475354 whatever. So this is a time stamp. And what is a timestamp? A timestamp, you can say, is a it's called a epoch time. If you know about epoch time, its reference is 1970, right? And it calculates the relative seconds from 1970 to till now, and this is the value of seconds from that date. So reference for the epoch time is 1970, I think, and this value is the number of seconds from that date in 1970, whatever is the reference. Okay, so in general we use it as a standard timestamp anywhere in PHP or in any other languages, right? So in PHP you can just display this timestamp like this using time function. So if you want to know about this timestamp, you just search for epoch, date and time. Just search for epoch, date and time, and you will be able to see many links on web by using which you may know about this epoch, date and time, right? So you can see epoch converter and epoch reference date in Wikipedia. You can see here what can be the reference date. Okay, so I will leave it uh, on you how to know about this epoch, time and time, right? So just remember that this time is the time from epoch reference date, which is 1970, I think. Okay, now to set the expiry date, this is the time now, right? This will give you the time now. Okay, timestamp now, and now you need to use this time and set the reference according to the time or relative to this time, and this third parameter takes the expiry expire time. So this is the time now, and you can set that you want to destroy the cookie after 5 seconds, for example, or 10 seconds, right? So this cookie will remain in your computer for 10 seconds from from whenever you open this page, right? Okay. Now how to display or use cookies. Here is the setting of the cookie, right? And how to use this? You can use this by, for example, uh, you can declare student is equal to, then you can just use this underscore cookie. Okay, and in here you can give the name of your cookie, and the name of the cookie is student here, right? And then you can display this cookie. So I can just say echo student. Okay, I save it and I will go to my browser, and then first of all I will set the cookie by using this cookie.php. So this will set my cookie as like this. So set cookie name is equal to student, value is equal to mark, and this cookie will remain for 10 seconds in my browser, right? So I can quickly go to view, and now cookie is destroyed because 10 seconds are over. Once again, let's check it once again. Okay, so I refresh this, I set cookie, go back and view, and there is some mistake in here. Let's see what is it. Oh yeah, here I have two single quotes, so I corrected it once again. Let's see. So refresh, set cookie, cookie is set, and now when I view I can see the name for 10 seconds. So I refresh the browser, refresh the browser, refresh the browser, and after 10 seconds cookie is destroyed, right? Once again set cookie and go to view.php, I can see the name, and I refresh the browser until 10 seconds, and after 10 seconds I will see the result like this, that says cookie is destroyed. Okay, so in this way you can set cookie and set the expiry time of this cookie, so that whatever time you want to set, you can set it like this. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how you can create your first MySQL database using PHP MyAdmin, using this XAMPP application you have installed. So if you are following these video series, uh, I have shown you how to install this XAMPP control panel on your Windows operating system, right? And I have shown you how to start this Apache web server. Until now we were only using this Apache web server, but now I want to show you how to create or how to use this MySQL database to create a new database, and then later on we are going to use that database to connect to our PHP application. So just open this control panel. Right now only Apache server is running by seeing this, and just start your MySQL also. Just start this MySQL from here. Okay. So once you have started this MySQL in this XAMPP server, we can go to our local host, or because I'm on port 8080, I need to specify the port. So localhost colon 8080 and just press enter. Otherwise, if you are on port 80, you don't need to give this port here. You just need to write localhost here, right? If you remember in the second video I have shown you. So if you have port other than port 80, then you need to specify the port you are using, and you can see the port number here. So I'm using port 8080 right now. So I need to use localhost colon the number of the port, so which is port 8080. Otherwise, if you are using port 80, just enter localhost here, right? Now in here, this is the welcome page for XAMPP for Windows, and in the left hand side, in this small section, you will be able to see this tool category here, and in here you will be able to see PHP MyAdmin. you just need to click this PHP My Admin, and you will be able to see this kind of environment for this. And this PHP My Admin, what is a PHP My Admin? PHP My Admin provides an interface for your MySQL database. Okay, so we have installed MySQL database and we are running MySQL database, and PHP My Admin is just a interface or is a manager to manage your MySQL database. Okay, once again, or so once you open this PHP My Admin, first thing you need to check here, as you will be able to see these tabs, and we need to go to this users tab. And if you have remembered, we have given these are the some of the users provided by PHP My Admin, and the last user, this one, is root, and this host of this user is localhost, which we are going to use, and there is a password which says yes. So if you remember, in the second video, I think, uh, yeah, in the second video when I have shown you how to install this XAMPP tool on your Windows application, in here in the security we set MySQL password, right? So I click this security here, and in here you will be able to see that we have we click this link which is called http://localhost/security/xampsecurity.php, and in here we set some password, right? If you have remembered, we set some password for this user for MySQL database. So just we are going to use the same password to connect to PHP application. Okay, so just I hopefully you remember that password, so we are going to use that password once again. Okay, so once we are okay with that, I'm going to open once again PHP My Admin from here, and this is in the user. You just remember the password because it says password is equal to yes, and this is your password which you have set. Okay, so it looks like this. Now, for example, you want to create a database. First of all, you will be able to see some of the database already provided by this PHP MyAdmin interface to you. These are some of the test databases provided by PHP MyAdmin. So for example, if you want to create a new database, just go to this database tab or database tab, whatever you call it, and in here you will be able to see create database section here, right? So in here we can give a name to our database, whatever name you want to give to your database. So for example, I want to give my database name as uh, what can be the database name? For example, student database. Okay, so I'll write student. Okay, so this will be my database. Okay, so I want to make a database for students. So I give the name student, and then in this collection, don't bother about all these collection type. You just leave it as default, which is collection here, and just click this create button. And once you click this button, you will be able to see your database here or database here, right? So your database will be registered here, and now when you click this expand button, expand or collapse button, you will not see any thing here. So just select this database, student database, and you will be able to see this create table, because our database doesn't contain any table right now. Okay, so first of all, if you don't know what is a database, Database is a collection of related data. And the simple example can be your website can have so many users and you want to create some kind of a database for all these users for your for your website, so that you know how many users are registered to your website, right? So you can maintain a database for the users, or different kind of things you can make a database, or contain databases, or create database. Okay, so we have selected our database here with the student, and it says create database. So every database has tables. It can be one table or more than one tables, which contains the related data for the database. So for example, I want to create for this student database, I want to create a table called, for example, user underscore info. Okay, so this table will contain my user info. And in this number of columns, so every table contains some number of columns. So just just calculate how many columns you want. So for example, for my user info database, I need the user ID, and I need user first name, last name, and then the username he is going to use, and the password he is going to use. So I need approximately 5 column right now. So don't worry about this. If you don't, if you are unsure about the columns which you want to use if for your table, you can just provide the column you remember right now. So you can always change the number of columns in your table. So just the starting value for the column. You can increase or decrease the number of columns in the database, in the table anytime. And just click this go button. And in here you will see 5 column information you need to provide here. So first column name I want to give here is ID. Okay, and what this ID is, I want to uniquely recognize or uniquely define some ID for every user, so that I can recognize every user uniquely, because name of user can be same, surname of user can be same, username and password of user can be same, but there should be one column which is unique for every user, so that on the basis of that we can recognize the user, right? So in our case this will be ID. Okay, second column name I'm going to give is name. And one more thing is, MySQL is not case sensitive. So if you give here capital ID or name with a capital N or small n, it doesn't matter. MySQL is not a case sensitive database language, right? So you can give your name in small n, capital N, it doesn't matter. It'll whenever you use this word name in capital or small letter, it will give you the result of that query. Okay, so second column name is name. Third, I want to give as surname. Fourth, I want to give this column name as user name, for example. And fifth, I want to give this column name as password. Okay, now the second category or second column here you will see here is type. So for every column you need to define what type of data it will contain. For example, ID of a user can be integer, right? So I leave it as integer, and here you have many options to choose, but ID can be integer. And the name of the user, you need to select this one, where char, which is variable character, and once you choose this, you need to specify the number of character or maximum number of character your name can have. So for example, I can set maximum number of character in name can be 40. So this is the limit for the name. Okay. So if the name contains more than 40 character, it will not be saved. Okay. So you need to define the maximum number of character it has. If you choose this varchar, if you choose this text, you don't need to define the length of the characters. Okay. But we are using this varchar here. Now for surname, it will be varchar, username also varchar, and password also we use varchar, and maximum for all we can give 40. It depends upon you. It can be 30, it can be 20. So whatever you want to give the limit or length, you can give. But in the case of integer, you don't need to give it here. It will take it automatically. Now once you set the name of your column and type of your column, remember I told you that this will be our unique feature of the table. On the basis of this ID, we are going to decide the uniqueness of each user. So just scroll here and search for the index column here. In the index column, we need to give this ID as primary. And what this primary means is this ID, once you set this primary, this ID will become your primary key. And primary key is the way of telling MySQL that this is the unique column on the basis of which we are going to distinguish our data. So because we have set this primary, it knows that this will be always unique. Okay. There are some other columns which are optional. You may need to, or if you wish, you can fill them, but it's not mandatory to fill all the columns. But these are some of the important columns you need to fill. One more column is interesting here is AI column after this index. AI means automatic increment. So for example, for our ID, I want that it should increment automatically, and I don't need to give this ID again and again for every user. I just need to give this name, surname, username and password. So once you have all this, you can just click the save, and now your database, you see your student database has a table called user info, and when you click this, you will be able to see, or when you click this, you will be able to see the uh, user info table, but it doesn't have any data right now. Okay. So when you just select this table and go to structure here, you will be able to see all the structure configuration of your table. Now let's fill in our table. Okay. So for example, you want to fill data in your table, just select your table and go to insert tab here. Okay, click this insert tab, and in here you can insert values to each of the column in the table. And in here, yeah, in this continue insertion with, this is the starting number of row you can set for setting the values. So you can set it to 1 or 2 or 5 or 10. For example, I set it for 1 only. Okay. Now this function, just leave it blank, but for example, I don't give user ID, for example, because I set it to auto increment, so it will automatically created by MySQL for us. But for example, I give name of the user, surname of the user, and the username of the user. For example, he is admin, so I gave the username admin to him, and the password, for example, 12345. Okay, so this is my password, or this is the password of the user he set. Okay, and just click this go, and once you click this go, and when you go to this browse tab once again, you will be able to see your data: ID1, name Mark, surname, username, and password. In the same way, you can insert more data, and if you just see here, I haven't given any ID to this row, but it is generated automatically. This ID is generated automatically because I have checked that AI checkbox when I was creating this table, right? Once again, I can insert one more data. For example, mm, username can be whatever, user1 for example, or user2 for example, and password can be 11111. These are some random values I'm giving. So once you set go, you will be able to see your data here. So in this way you can fill your data, right, in your table. Now suppose suddenly you recognize, or you remember that uh, you need to add some more column to this table. For example, you forgot to add some column which is important for this table. You can do that, or you can add this column to the table by going to this line here which says add, and this is the number of column you may wish to add. For example, I want to add one more column to my table which has 5 column already. I want to add the 6th column, and you can select where you want to add this: at the end of the table, at the beginning of the table, or after some ID. For example, I want to add this column at the end of the table. Okay, or for example, I want to add this after some ID, after surname. I want to add this column. I just select the surname and click go, and now I need to give the name of the column. For example, I want to add age, and age can be integer type, and I don't want to fill all information. I just click save, and just go to once again browse here, and you will be able to see here that one more column is added to your table, which is age, right? You can go to the structure and you can see here one more column is added here, which is age. Okay, so in this way you can add a column to your table, right? So I think we have successfully created our database, and we have also successfully created a table inside our database, and we have understood some of the basics of this PHP MyAdmin. So in the next video, I'm going to teach you some more thing related to PHP and MyAdmin.
Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how you can create your first MySQL database using PHP MyAdmin. Now in this video we are going to see how we can connect to this MySQL database using our PHP script. So let's get started. I have this blank file, so I will save this file first, and I will save it as so. In here I'm going to create one more. I will first of all go back, create a folder, and I have database. Okay,
and in this database I'm going to create a file called connect.php. So this will be a file which we are going to use to connect to our MySQL database, and then we can include or require this file in other files so that we have the connection with the database, right? So in order to connect to the database, you need three parameters. First is server name or MySQL host name, first of all. Second is username, which is MySQL username. And third is MySQL password. So when you go to your PHP MyAdmin here and click this icon PHP MyAdmin, and you will be able to see this users tab here, and in here you will be able to see the privileges. So we are going to connect to the user called root, and the host is localhost right now, and the password is the same password you have set when you have installed this XAMPP tool, right? So our user is root and host is localhost, right? So we go to our PHP file, and in here we are going to declare MySQL underscore, and this will be our host, okay, and this will be equal to localhost, okay. You can change this to the IP address of your server, or you can change it to 127.0.0.1. It's same as localhost, okay. Now second thing I will define as MySQL, and this will be our for example user, and user is, in our case, user is root, right? In here when you see here, so it's root, and once again we will define a variable called MySQL underscore password, okay, and this will be whatever password you have set. So I set a password when I have installed MySQL, that was root, but whatever was your password when you have installed XAMPP, and when you have set MySQL in the security, you have set some password, right? So the same password you need to give here in MySQL securities. Now we are going to connect to the database. So what we can do here is we can use an inbuilt function called MySQL underscore connect, okay. This will be the function, and in here we need to pass three parameters. First is the host name, second is the username, and third is the password. So the first argument will be the host name, comma, second argument will be the username, and the third argument will be the password, okay. So if everything goes well, we can echo success, for example, or we can echo connection success, not here but here, okay. I will save it, and I will open my localhost, and I will search for localhost here, and in here I have database folder, and in here I have connection.php, right? I'll open it and it will say connection success. That means I'm connected to the database, right? Now for example, you provide some wrong information. For example, this username, instead of this user you can provide some random user, okay. Save it and once again run it, and you will be able to see this error. It's saying that access denied for this user because it's not registered, right? So you need to give the same username as here and same host as here and the password you have set, okay? Otherwise it will give an error. But if you see here, this is a kind of error or warning it's giving. And for example, you want to define your custom error. How you can define a custom error? You can just, I will revert these changes and I will say after this MySQL function, I can say or die. And what this or die do is it will kill your page after if it throws an error. So when your MySQL connection is not okay, it will kill your page. And this die also takes up argument, and this argument you can provide some message. So this message can be can not connect to database. Okay, and then I will save it and let's provide some random username to check whether it throws this error or not. So once again I will refresh it and you can see here cannot connect to database. It throws this error when when MySQL connection is not okay. But still you are seeing this error, right? This warning kind of a thing. To remove this warning, you can just add a symbol before your function. Okay, so this kind of symbol, when you include, it will remove your warnings and you will be able to see only the error you want to show. Okay, so once this is done, what we can do is we can, once this is the connection to the server, but we need to select our database from this server, MySQL server, right? So we have some databases in this MySQL server, right? And in the last video we have created the student database, right? So I will select this, and this was the student database, and when I go to this table here, I created this table user info inside my student database, and it has some data, right? So what I can do is I can connect to the same database called student from this by using a function, and I will use @ to remove warnings if it gives, and I will say MySQL underscore select DB. Okay, and here you can give the name of your database. Okay, so my database name is student. Here you can see my database name is student. You can give your own database name, student. Okay, so once you are connected to the server, you can connect to the database, and then you are ready to query the database, right? But this is a kind of loose approach to connect to the database, because once this throws an error, there is no meaning of calling this function, right? So what we can do here is we can just select our if condition. So we can write if, and in the bracket, first of all I will do this, and in the bracket what I can do is I can pass this function, because this function returns a boolean value, and boolean, what is boolean value? It can either return true or false. Okay, and from if condition we compare if it returns true, and if the function returns true, we can perform the statement inside this if condition. So I will just copy this function here, it returns true, and I will also use this @ symbol. So if it returns true,
or I can say if it is not connected, I will show an error, some kind of an error. So if it returns false, I can say that this message, I can die and I can just give this message. Okay, so you can just give this message when you die. Die means kill the page. Okay, the same you can do it with the function called exit. Exit and die are same. Okay, so you can either use die or exit. Both works like same. It will kill your page. Okay, so if I'm not connected to server, I will die. Else I can show this message, which is connection success. Okay, but still, if I connect it to the server, I need to connect to the database, right? So I can give one more condition here. If I am connected to the student database from here, and this is, for example, I take if not connected, so I will give this not connected symbol. I can say that now I will die. Okay, else I will do nothing. Okay, so I'm checking whether I'm connected to the server, and I don't need these lines now. So I will remove this. So this is my code. If I'm not connected to the server, then I can say connection success, or if I'm not connected to the server, I can throw this message which is connection cannot connect to database, right? Or if I'm not connected to the database, I can throw this message, right? Or I'm doing it a little bit wrong. Yes, so this should be here in the else condition, because here I'm checking if I'm connected to the database, and if I'm not connected, I will throw an error. And if I'm connected, I will go to the else condition and I will check one more condition, which is if I am connected to the student database, right? And then if I am connected to the student database, then I will show this message, connection successful. This should be connections. We are not checking false, but for the true. If connection, then we can say connection successful. Else we can say cannot connect to the database, right? Okay, I will make it a little bit smaller so that you can see all the code. And let's check this once again. Go to the browser, check it. It says cannot connect to the database. Why? Let's see. Because our username is root1, which is not the real user. Our real user is root, right? If you can see here in the privileges or user, we have user is equal to root, localhost, and the password. So I will save this, and once again I refresh this, and now it says connection success. Okay, so in this way you can connect to the MySQL database using your PHP script, right? Now in the next video I'm going to show you how you can query your database to get the database values. So for example, I want to get those values which are there in the database table called this table. We have created user info table, right? And we have some data in that table. So I want to fetch that data from the database in my PHP form. So how can I do this? I'll show you in the next video. So
Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how you can connect your PHP script to the MySQL database using phpMyAdmin, right? So we were having this database called student, and we were able to connect to this database in the last video. Now in this video I'm going to show you
how you can get the data. So we had this student database and we created a user info, if you remember, and it has some data, right? And I want to show all this data on the browser or using PHP, right? So how can I show this? In this video I'm going to show you. So let's get started. This is the connect.php which I have created in the last video, and I'm going to use this connect.php to connect to the database, and then I will create a new file and I will save it as get data.php, and I will save it, and in here I will just include my PHP tags. And now first of all I need to connect to the database in this file, right? So what I'm going to do is, in this file I have written the code to connect to the database, which is connect.php. So I will just require this file, so I will use this keyword called require, and the name of my connect file, which is connect.php, right? So this is this file which I have written in the last video. Okay, once I have this file, then what I'm going to do is I will write a query to get the data from the database. So I will declare a variable called query is equal to, and inside this I am going to write a query as a string. Now if you know a little bit of MySQL, you already know what a query is. Query is a small little string which you can send to your database to query the data from the database, right? For example, I have this table called user info, and I want the data from the table, for example this data which I have saved earlier in the database, and I want to query this data from the database base. So what can I do is, if you don't know about SQL queries, I will show you a simple way. So just select your table in which you have saved your data, and go to the structure here. We will go to this SQL tab here. Okay, so this is the tab you need to go once you selected your table, right? And you will see a query here, which is a simple query to get the data from the database. This is select star or asterisk from your table name. This is a simple query. So I'm going to use the same simple query to get the data from the database in this video. Okay, so I will just copy this. I will leave this where clause for now. I will just use this query. Okay, so just copy this query, select asterisk from your table name. Table name is user info, so this is user info, and I will just copy it here. Okay, so this will be my query, simple query. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a while loop, while, because I want to read the data once I execute this query, right? So what I'm going to do is, first of all, let's execute the query first. So I'm going to give if condition, and I want to check whether if this query is executed or not, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a variable called is query run. For example, you can give any variable name is equal to, and now I'm going to use a function in MySQL, so which fetches the data or which executes the query. So just write MySQL underscore query. Okay, this is the function in PHP from which you can execute your query. And what it does, it returns boolean value. So if the query is executed, it will return true, and we will go to the condition or statement inside if condition. Otherwise, if it's not executed, it will return false, and we will be able to catch the else condition, right? Now I'm going to pass my query, which is this one, to my MySQL query function, right? Now once this query is executed, I can echo for now query executed, for example. Okay, else I can just show else I can just say query not executed, right? So let's see if we are able to execute our query or not, and then we will get the data from the database and show it. Okay, I save it and I will go to localhost and to my folder, and then database, and in here this was the file I have made, right? Get data, and it says connection successful or connection success, which comes from this file, connect file, which says connection success. For now I'm going to comment this out so I don't need to see this connection success, and I will save it and I will refresh it, and now it says query executed. So now I know that my query is successfully executed, this query, right? Now once the query is successfully executed, what I want is I want to get the data. Okay, so that this I can use by using while loop, while, and why I'm using the while loop I will show you, because I want to fetch the data from the database and it will be an associative array. Okay, so what function we can use to get the data? Let's see. So I will declare a variable called query underscore execute is equal to, this is a variable name, right? And we will use my SQL underscore fetch ASSOC, which means associative array, right? And in this function MySQL fetch ASSOC, we will pass our query run. Okay, this one, this variable. So just copy this and pass it here, and once we have our, we will execute this function, it will return the data in the form of associative array in this variable. Okay, so what we can do is we can just cut this from here and just paste it inside as an argument of our while loop. So we have our associative array here, right, in this variable. Okay, so now what I can do is I can get this, or I can call this associative array variable to get the data. So for example, I want to get all the names from this user info table. So I have this user info table in my database, and I have the column like ID, name, surname, age, username, and password. So I want to show all the names from this database. Right now only two names are there, Mark and John, in my browser, right? So what I can do is I can simply echo and just use this associative array. And if you followed my last video, you know that we can use the key of the associative array to get the data. So key here is the column name. So I want to get the value of name column here, right? This is my table and there is a column called name and I want to get the values. Okay. So the key will be the column name. So I will write here name. Okay. And I will just save it. And once again, I will go to my browser and refresh it. And now you can see two names. Let me do a little bit better. I will just concatenate this in break. Okay. I will just give a break tag so that you can see. Okay. And let me give break here also after query executed. Okay. In here. Save it. Once again, refresh it. And now you can see your names here, right, which are there from in the database. Okay. So we have name Mark and John in the database, and we are seeing those names from the database in this web browser. Let's add a new data in the database. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the structure, not to the structure, but insert tag here. So I will go to the insert tag and I will add some more data. So for example, new name and surname and age and username and password. Okay, and I will click go and data is saved. I can browse, I can go to this browse tab and I can see there is a new data here, right? Now I can refresh it and you will be able to see the third name here, which is added here, right? So you know that whatever is in the database, you are getting it here. Now let's take a little table. So if you know HTML, you know how to make a table, right? Or otherwise, if you don't know how to make a table using HTML, just browse internet. You will be able to find many good tutorial there. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take echo and I'm going to take table tags to create a table like structure for me, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take for example, first of all, tag called tr. tr is the table row tag, right, if you remember, and I will end this tr like this, and inside this table row I'm going to insert some table data. So just give two brackets like this and td, and I will just close this td here, td, right? And in a similar way I'm going to just take two more or whatever number of columns you have, and in here I can just insert this data. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I will copy this and I will just concatenate. Using concatenation I will just insert it here, right? This will give us the name, and then in the same way we can concatenate here the surname, for example. So just take the surname, which is the second column name here called surname, right? So just write surname. So for now I'm showing this two rows. You can take all the rows like this using this example. And now I will just remove all the other td for now. Oh, So my table structure looks like this. I will just comment this, and let's see I can get the names and the surname inside the table or not. Save it and let's refresh it. Showing some error. Let's see what's the error. Probably some concatenation error. Hmm. Oh, I forgot the table tag. Without table tag we cannot use tr and td, right? I will give table start here, and at the end of this row I will give table end. Okay, so I have this tags and I will just save it, and now let's try and run the program, and we see this here, the name and surname, right, according to this table. Name is Mark and surname is this, John and surname Julie and surname. So you can see here, but still you don't see some padding, so we require this some padding in the table. So just give border, for example, is equal to 1, and let's give width here, width, or style, for example, style is equal to, in the brackets, give width colon 300 px. Okay, so let's save it, run it, and now you can see the table and the name and surname. So you can play with the HTML tags. What I wanted to say is you can play with HTML tags to create a table like this, right? So in this video you can get any data which is present in your database in your PHP script and show it like this, right? Now that's it, I think, for this video. In the next, or in the couple of next video, I'm going to show you how to use this MySQL with PHP more interactively. So hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to teach you about MD5 encryption in PHP. Now what is encryption and why do we use encryption? So I will give you a little example. In the last 3 videos I have shown you how to create this database and how to link this MySQL database to your PHP, and we have created this table called user info, and in this table there are some column called ID, name, surname, age, username and password. But when you see this data for the password carefully, you will see that any user who have the access to my PHP myadmin login or MySQL login, he will be able to see all the password, and he will be having access to all the password or all the user data in my database, right? And this is not we want, or this is not we desire, right? We desire to protect our users data, and the password is the only way we can protect it. So we don't want to show this password to the outside world, and we want to protect it. And one way of protecting this is by using encryption, and there are different kind of encryption, and one of the encryption is called MD5, right? And what this MD5 encryption does is it converts your string into a hash value, and it is a one-way encryption. So you cannot convert this hash which is generated by a string back to your original value. But what you can do is you can compare two hash. Let me give you an example and then I will move forward so you may understand. For example, I create a variable called password is equal to, and I will give the value to this variable password as uh, pass, for example. This is my password, right? Now this is visible to all all the user who has the access to my database, for example. Now in order to protect it, what I can do is I can use a function in PHP called MD5, and this MD5 is a function which convert your text to or convert your string to a hash value. So I will pass this to my MD5 as an argument, this string value as an argument to my MD5 function, and let's echo this. Okay, I will save it and I will go to my md5.php, and what you can see is a kind of a hash value. Okay, and this value is, you cannot make it reverse to this pass. You cannot convert this to the original value, which is pass, right? So the only way is to compare or to authenticate that this value is pass, or this word pass. You need to generate one more value using this, and you can match these two hash value and then validate it. Okay, so what you can do is, for example, I will give you a small little example. I will make a form outside my PHP file, and this form will be, for example, have the action, which is MD5 itself is equal to MD5 MD5 dot php, which is the same file as my this file, right? And the method will be, method is equal to, let's see what can be the method. Let's take method as post. Okay, and you already know what this post does in PHP. In the earlier videos I have shown you how to use this post. And I will close this form, and I will take input. So this input will be, and this input will be text in type. So type will be, type is equal to text, and the name will be, for example, password. Okay, so name is equal to password, and I will give a little break here, and once again I will submit this form using a button. So now input and type will be submit. Type is equal to and name, you can give the name as, so let's not give any name, for example. Okay, let's see is uh, what is the result of this form, and we can see this simple form and a button, right? And now what we want to do is we want to compare this password with this hash value which we have, right? So let's copy this hash value from here, and let's for now just paste this somewhere so that we can see this afterwards, right? And then what we can do is we can just compare this by using if this value of password is set, and this is a post, so we can just use post underscore post, and this will be a post method. And what it takes the name of your submitted form, right? So in the square brackets you can just pass this password, and you can also check whether this is empty or not. So, and my password is not empty, and we'll just take this post and paste it here. Okay, and if it's not empty and it's is set, what I can do is I can compare this by my hash value, right? So I can say if my MD5 hash which generated the hash, right, is equal to, or my password value, so let's transfer this password value to a variable. Password is equal to post password, which is this variable, and then what we can do is we can just compare this password with our password. Okay, and let's rename it as, because we have already used this password variable above, so let's rename it as new password, new underscore password, for example. Okay, and if it's matching, then we can just display password pass. Okay, okay, and this is set must be like this, and let's save it and run our program. MD5, and I think it will not give a correct answer. I will submit it and it's not giving the correct answer. Why? Because this pass must be converted to hash value first, right? So we need to convert this to MD5, and then in here I will just close this, and let's give else condition also. Else we want to echo pass not okay, not okay. Okay, save it, refresh the page, or what we can do is we can just give this pass once again, submit this, and it shows some error. Let's see what's the error. Let's include these brackets first of all, and this should be MD5, not MA5. Okay, refresh the page, and once again give pass, for example, which is this one, pass value. Submit, and you can see pass okay. That means your password is okay. So what we have practically done is we converted our password to a hash, and this hash we match to the value of password which is entered by us, right, which is this password, and we converted this password into hash also, and we have this password hash from this. Okay, so we compare both the hashes of both the values, and if it matches then the password is correct, otherwise the password is wrong. So in a way, we are comparing the hash of our string values to check the password, right? So whenever you will use this in real life situation, this password will be some kind of a hash value, and once somebody has the access to this table, he will not be able to see this password directly, but he will be able to see the hash value like this. Okay, and this hash value only matches a single string. Okay, for example, this pass is converted to this hash, and this hash cannot match any other value or any other string, right? Only pass has the hash of this kind. Okay, so this is unique for every word, and this is one direction encryption, so you cannot revert this, or you cannot get this string from this hash. What you can do is you can compare this hash with other hash, and if those two hash are equal, then you can say your password is correct, right? So this is how you can use MD5 encryption in PHP. But this is not I mean one of the best way of encryption by using because nowadays we have supercomputers, and by using brute force you can always get the password which is generated by MD5 function. So there are better way of hiding your data, but this is one of the way which you can use, and which is at least better than this showing your real password to the world. You can just convert it to the hash and then save it to the database. So maybe in the next video I will show you how you can save this into in the database, and then use this hash from the database to create a login page. Okay, so I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now.